The Associate Vice President, Spiritual Life, Babcock University, Professor Efe Ehohai, who will be here for the opening prayer. Professor.
Shall we bow our heads while we pray? Heavenly Father, we thank you for this gathering this morning. As we begin this special program, we pray, we invite you that you begin with us. We ask in Jesus' name. Please, let's take our seat. Let's take our seat. We'll spend the next few minutes to just reflect on something from the Word of God as we begin this special program for today. Just give me 1 minute. So I learned we are here for a special program, and that is from the theme. It said developing research leaders for national and global influence. So we just want to reflect on this as we begin this program for today, and reflect from the Word of God, and I believe God may have one or two things to tell us this morning. I'm reading from Matthew chapter 5. As we go through this reflection this morning, I don't want us to consider from Matthew, the book Matthew chapter 5. Sorry, my laptop is sometimes misbehaving. Now, Matthew chapter 5, I'm reading from verse 16, and just one verse. Which says, let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father in heaven. We'll be doing a little reflection on this as it relates to the theme for today, for this, I would say, workshop or training. Let me begin by saying something here. It says true leadership is not in commanding others, but in empowering them to command change. I think, let me go through that again. True leadership it doesn't mean commanding others, but rather commanding them leading them to make change. Sorry, something is happening to my laptop here. Just give me 1 minute. It's like, misbehaving. Well, I may just say what I want to say. Sometimes technology does misbehave. But let me just say one or two things to us as academic leaders, and based on the topic, the theme, developing research leaders for national and global influence. Now, as academic leaders, we need to understand that we don't just teach those who are under us to do what we think is the right thing, but rather to also impart them. There is a difference between imparting, I-M-P-A-R-O-T, and imparting, I-M-P-A-C-T. I always try to make a difference, and there's a big difference there. If we stop at just telling people what they need to know, we may succeed in helping them to know a few things. The knowledge will not change them. We are talking about the knowledge we can impart on others or how we can influence them. Now, Jesus was a teacher like no others because he did not just tell people what to do, but he imparted their lives. We have the story in the Bible where Jesus was teaching. I would say the greatest influencer of all ages was Christ. He was teaching, as the Bible says, in a particular place, and they sent soldiers to go and arrest him. And when they got there, you know the story very well, those of you who study the Bible, that they forgot about their errand. And they came back without bringing back Jesus. I don't think that was just teaching them what they ought to learn or what they need to do. There was something in Christ that they could not resist. That who Jesus is different from what he was just imparting. His life imparted them. It's not just what he was saying. Any person could say what Jesus said, and yet somebody may not be touched. So my emphasis this morning is that while we are trying to train, you know, this is a training program, while we are trying to serve as leaders, research leaders in the various fields which we are be called to carry out our assignment, it should just be more than telling people how to carry out research. I have always also believed, this is my personal belief, that the greatest researcher, or the first and the greatest researcher, is God himself. Because sometimes we say research. That means we are searching out something which was already there. Which was already there. So God had put things in the world we live in. We are trying to find out what God has already put there. I say research. We want to find out again. So that is what I think is our duty. And we can successfully do this if we not just teach, but we teach to impart. We teach to impart. I think that is the assignment which God, I think we are here for this morning, so that we will learn. I know there will be many other things we are going to learn even this afternoon, but that is the crux of why we are here. Let's follow the example of Jesus Christ. Just within 3.5 years, he was able to educate his immediate disciples, and they turned the whole world upside down. But in the context of researchers, we are serving as teachers and supervisors, I think leaders, so that our impact can reach beyond our immediate environment, to have a global influence. That means we need to do something different. Learning doesn't have an end. We cannot say we have known all that we need to know. But I would like to say that regardless of what knowledge we already have, we still need to learn more. And I also like something about Jesus, which can be of help to us here. And you will see that most of the time, or some of the time, Jesus was teaching the disciples. He often asks questions. He asks questions. Say, how do you understand this? I think we learn a lot from those we are trying to teach. If we are also, I would say, humble to ask questions like Jesus Christ. I personally have learned from my students by simply asking them questions. Even some of the things I know, I still want to ask them questions, and by asking them, they may ask another question that will keep me reflecting or thinking that I have never thought like this way before. So it means that while we are playing the role of leaders or trying to guide those who we are leading, especially in research, their research endeavors, we should also exercise a little bit of humility, because as the knowledge is not it's not limited to just one or two persons. You can learn anything from anywhere. So this morning I would like to encourage everyone that is here that we have a role to play, and that role we should expectedly should go beyond our immediate environment, the impact where God wants us to make. We should have that global influence. So, and we cannot achieve this if God is not part of what we are doing, if we don't factor God into what we are doing. And that God factor is very important. Maybe I need to say this finally. Sorry, I may not be able to quote the exact Bible passage, but I know I'm quoting from the Bible. Now, in the book of Psalms, somewhere in the book of Psalms, it said, your students will know better than you, your students. Sometimes, why? Because they are connected to God. I've read some things about some of the great scientists who have made impact in our world today. And I must say this, that for us to make such impact in whatever field we are, it requires more than classroom knowledge. It requires more than the knowledge we get from our textbook. There must be a divine dimension. When people make breakthroughs in their field, and we should encourage our students, when you want to make a breakthrough, it's more than just the knowledge we get from books. There's the divine aspect of it. And we know these great scientists very well, Thomas Edison. Everybody was praising him, You've done so much. He said, to be a genius is 99%, you know what I'm quoting, perspiration, and 1% inspiration. That inspiration is the divine aspect. And that can make a whole lot of difference. Can put somebody in a class different from other people. So I will end this short devotion by saying that that divine aspect of it can give us an edge over other people. I don't know what to say. I can give us an edge. And to me, that edge is important. That puts us at a class different from other researchers, especially those of us who are in the sciences. I love science, but I'm not a scientist. I love what they are doing there. But because I do also teach a course related to science, I see that many of the scientists who have made great breakthrough, something is more than the classroom knowledge. And this scientist, I love quoting him. I just mentioned about him a few days ago. He said, I was thinking after God's thought. And I love that. It looked like somebody who is a theologian. Now, to think after God's thought can make a whole lot of difference, even in our research. Because God is the first and the greatest researcher. And we pray that we think after God's thought. That will put us, give us an edge. And will make us to be researchers with a difference. Not just, researchers, and then we write something that we gather dust in the shelf. Our research will make a difference. So, by so doing, we'll be able to impart a generation. May the Lord bless us. Shall we bow our heads at this time while we pray again? Heavenly Father, we just heard from your word. We are mentors. We are leaders in our various various areas of our specialty. And there are those under us. Lord, it is our prayer this morning as we lead those students that are under us, help us to understand, help us to lead them so that they get to know that the knowledge that can impart generations, that can impart our immediate, beyond our immediate, go beyond our immediate environment, even that can have global influence. It's not just the knowledge we get from books. There is a divine dimension to it. And even as leaders, help us open our mind that God can teach us things we cannot get elsewhere. And so when we have that kind of knowledge, we will become a global icon. And our knowledge can be a blessing to humanity. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen. God bless you.
Brothers and sisters, that was the devotion by our university pastor, who also serves as the Associate Vice President, Spiritual Life. I'm not sure there is anything wrong in you clapping for that devotion. I have the opportunity of holding the mic. So if you don't do what I ask you to do, one out of these two will happen. Either you will stand up, or you will explain why you didn't clap. So please put your hands together again for Pastor Efe. Aha. Ama, you don't want to clap? No, clap is what I'm saying. Aha. I know everybody here by name. If you think I'm lying, wait and see. Professor Babalola, I did roll call, you were not here. Yes, but your husband answered for you. He answered for you. So you see, I know those who are not here when we started. You're all welcome, brothers, ladies and gentlemen, dear faculty and staff. We have had a devotion, and at this juncture, I will be inviting the Senior Vice President, Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics for the opening remark, Professor Philemon Amanze, who is here ably represented by our Director of Academic Planning. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Professor Awodele Oludele. It's like you don't take instructions here. I say, please put your hands together. Aha. HODs, take note of those who are not clapping. They will not have lunch.
Good morning, everyone. Let me start by recognizing the provost of the college, Professor Shokunbi, and his team, for putting this wonderful program together. Our deans, HODs, fellow scholars, I stand there to represent the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics, who is currently on a national assignment. And he said I should just make an opening remark on his behalf to Babcock University academic leaders. When we talk about academic leaders, it's all about individuals that hold administrative or leadership position. And it's important for us to know that as leaders, we play a crucial role in shaping academic direction and policies of this great institution. When I look at the theme of the workshop, developing research leaders for national and global influence, which means our duty goes beyond what we do here. It has a lot of implications in Babcock, within the country, and also outside the country. That is why I believe that our coming together, we unlearn and we still relearn. And as leaders, we have responsibilities of setting academic goals, mentoring our students, fostering academic excellence, and all this will lead to change and innovation. For us to be able to do this effectively, fellow researchers, we must always retune our strategic planning in carrying out this noble assignment as supervisors or teachers. We must always improve our interpersonal communication, emotional intelligence, and decision-making problem. In so doing, I believe, as leaders, we'll be able to achieve or play the vital role that is placed before us. It is on this note that, on behalf of Professor Philemon Amanse, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Academics, I want to welcome us to this great event, which I believe, as we gather today, will remind us of the critical role that we play in the postgraduate education of this great institution, either as to our research, to our fellow supervisors, other researchers and colleagues. I want to believe that this training is essential because it's going to equip us with relevant skills, knowledge, expertise needed to empower our students who are the next generation researchers. And in doing this, we'll be able to drive innovation and progress in research. It will lead to shaping policy and decision making, fostering global collaboration and knowledge sharing, and enhancing national and Babcock reputation. Beyond all this, ladies and gentlemen, it will help in visionary thinking, collaborative mindset, strong communication skill, resilience and adaptability, which will lead to developing global partnership and research initiatives, which I believe are the focus of this training. In other words, it will enhance our research skill, improving supervision, promoting academic integrity. This workshop will provide a platform for knowledge sharing, exchange of ideas, networking among scholars. The takeaway, which I believe, that at the end of this training or workshop, it will impact the way we discharge our duties. I therefore encourage each and every one of us to be active. Let's ask questions where possible and engage with the speakers and fellow participants. Let's work together to create a supportive and innovative environment that fosters learning and growth in Babcock. In conclusion, I would like to thank the College of Postgraduate Studies once again for putting this workshop together. I wish you all a productive and enriching experience, and looking forward, through the grace of God, to seeing the impact of this workshop on our academic community. Thank you for listening, and God bless.
Distinguished faculty, please can you put your hands together again for Professor Wodele. I want to believe that those who didn't clap are those departments that are preparing for accreditation. Did you notice something about Professor Wodele? Prof, I said those who didn't clap are those going for accreditation. And they are stressing you. Today I saw you using glasses. You have to check every document that they are bringing forward. Please don't stress him again. Don't stress him. Distinguished faculty here present, I will want to welcome you all again for our event of today. Please be rest assured that The theme of what we are gathered here is developing research leaders for national and global influence. While that theme might look very readable, relatable, and understandable, I will not want us to remain seated here with our respective understanding of what the theme may be. Permit me to make welcome the Provost of the College of Postgraduate Studies, Professor Olutayo Shokumbi, who will bring clarity to us as to the theme of today's meeting. Please make him feel welcome.
The Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academics, the Deputy Provost, the Deputy Registrar, respected deans, HODs, coordinators, and their professors and erudite scholars gathered here this morning. I want to say good morning and welcome to you all. It's a privilege to be together to attend this gathering, and I am still concerned, as I've been thinking through with respect to the participation of colleagues here. I shall be very grateful to get the support of the HODs and deans to kindly gear up colleagues that are out of the space for one thing or the other. I know some are involved in accreditation-related matter. Those are genuine, but some are not in such, but they are just not here. So let's gear them up to be here this morning so that we can rub minds together and improve together by His grace. We are about 30 minutes away from our schedule, and I'm hoping that we'll really be able to catch up. We really need to do that so that we can maximize the limited time available to us. This morning, we have come together to be able to share thoughts. The workshop had been uniquely designed to give us opportunity to rub minds together. The Bible says in Proverbs 27, verse 17, saying, iron sharpeneth iron, just as a man sharpens his fellow man. It's an opportunity to share ideas together, to build some thoughts together, to debate some things together, and see how we can chart way forward on some aspects of our postgraduate training that are critical to improving the scholarship of our of those that apply to be trained in our college. We have opportunity to walk through 5 different themes. As we have seen on the programs shared with us, we have theme on teaching supervision with ease. We have the second theme on grantmanship, the third one on solution-driven research, the fourth one on engaging in online research, and the last one on dynamics of research seminar. These are carefully put together with various scholars among us to assist us in understanding this better and charting some way forward around the various themes. I want us to keep in mind that some critical decisions will be taken while we are here. So let it not be that I didn't know when such was being resolved or when such was being agreed. Indeed, we will have to get on some agreement. And if you think otherwise on some of the thoughts being shared, please feel free to speak. That is just why we are here. I want to appreciate all the various team members that have given their consent to be able to support us on this effort, trusting that the limited time given to them, they will be able to maximize it. Thank you very much for all your attention, and God bless you all. Amen.
Thank you very much, sir. We will immediately move. The first panel of conversation We'll be focusing on teaching and supervision with ease, impacting scholars and society maximally. May I request members of the planning team that it would be good we have additional 4 chairs. It is better we have more because in each panel there is nothing less than 6 people. We only have 4, so that when the team is here, that can. We just need 2 more chairs. We have 4 here. Please, can you also come forward so that this podium can also go to the side so that we can have direct contact with. I think the most important is to be sure that we're good. Thank you. Can we get another microphone, please? All right. Permit me to welcome the members of this team for conversation. We will request the following individuals to please, in no order of priority. Distinguished faculties, please join me to make welcome Dr. Olufemi Olomojobi. Are you here? Dr. Olomojobi, are you here? Thank you. Please make your way forward. I will also invite forward Dr. Oviku Oyedele. Please make Dr. Oviku feel welcome. Please, as you hear your name, I request that you make your way forward. Please make her feel welcome. Thank you. Professor Emmanuel Ajike, are you here? Please make your way forward. Please take a seat, sir. Is Professor Emmanuel Ajike here? You're having another meeting. I'm holding the mic. I'm asking you to come. You're doing that thing. After I drop the mic, everything is over. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, join me to make welcome also Professor Christiana Showumi. Okay. It's anyone standing in for her? Okay. We'll get to know that at the course of time. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, join me to make welcome also Professor Stephen Mai-Tomi. Thereafter, the last but not the least, we'll be inviting Professor Kelvin Ononga. This distinguished group of scholars have This distinguished group of scholars have the next 30 minutes, and the conversation will be focused, and they will be discussing and sharing thoughts with us on how we can teach, how we can supervise with ease. But not just with ease, but at the end of the day, that easiness must translate into impacting our society maximally. I don't think there is a better way to have this conversation because supervising can be hard. But now we're going to get some cheat notes on how it can be easier. So that those who are supervising 2 people, as the case it is in Babcock, I'm told that a lot of us here are only supervising 2 people. So we can be able to accommodate more students and then we can supervise them easily. Thank you for your rapt attention. By my time now, you are starting at exactly 5 minutes to 10, and by 25 minutes after 10, I will be back here to ask this session to take a new leave. Thank you very much.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Jonathan. Our group is going to be presenting teaching and supervision with ease. We just want to see how we can encourage ourselves, both in teaching and supervision, and then without overstressing ourselves. But at the same time, making sure we are impacting the society. So we have 6 of us. Professor Chomi is not here, she's outside. And you can see that we're doing some readjustment. Professor Kevin is going to be talking to us, Professor Maitomi is going to be talking to us, at the same time Dr. Femi is going to be talking to us. And where we need your responses, your questions, we'll all be here to guide accordingly. I'll call on Pastor Kevin to start with. Please, let's make him welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Let me start with a couple of quotes I'd like to share with you this morning.
Please, I'm sorry for the interruption. Here seated, if you are a departmental or a school coordinator, just watch out for the group. A link will be sent so that you can share with all faculty members. Please, you are expected while seated here to respond to what that link is all about. It is all in course for this program. Thank you very much.
The first quote says, "When we strive to become better teachers than we are, everyone in our classroom becomes better too." When we strive to become better teachers than we are, everyone in our classroom becomes better too. The second one says, "Who dares to teach must never cease to learn." Who dares to teach must never cease to learn. The group has been introduced. We want to take it in a TED Talk approach, 10 minutes for 3 segments. Can I have the next slide, please? So we tweaked the title a bit, and we're doing 3 titles: Reinventing Graduate Teaching and Supervision, and then the next group by Professor Maitomi will be towards impactful project supervision, and then the last one by Olomojobi will be on effective mentoring for research projects. So let's have the next slide. I just want to leave this with you. These are 5 critical skills that have been discovered that are important for 21st century teaching. 5 important skills that at the end of our teaching, we must be able to get our students to be adept in communicating. All the knowledge they have and they can't communicate it is a waste of time. Collaboration. They've got to be able to learn multidisciplinary approach and how to collaborate with other departments and other folks who have wisdom, because they are not silos of wisdom. Critical thinking. To be able to think outside the box. I was at the airport with one professor. I had the baggage cart with lots of load, and we got to this ramp. How were we going to do it? And he did something, and I was able to get past this ledge that was about the height from the floor to here. And he said, that's what having a PhD is all about. That's what you've got to think outside the box. It's not whether this is my area or not. PhD is a degree that helps you think critically and find solutions. So creativity is also important. Not doing things the same way as we were taught, but doing things in a new way, in an innovative way. And then the last is character and compassion. Without that, what do we have? There has to be character, there has to be compassion. Next one, next slide. So, there are different teaching methods out there. My field is not education, but this is accessible to everyone. I just want to drop this with you. There's collaborative teaching, where you're working with the students, working with others in order to be able to get the goal accomplished. Project-based learning. What is the project? Give them a project to be able to accomplish and then work towards that to get them there. Inquiry-based learning. Ask the questions. Professor Ife was here this morning telling us about how one of the major teaching methods of Jesus was to pose a question. He didn't tell answers. Let the student discover the answers for themselves, then it will stay. If you tell them, they'll forget. If they discover it, it will stay for life. Student-based relevant learning. Remember some of the things we memorized in secondary school. And we found out later in life, we never had use for them again. So why are we wasting time with things that students will never use? What is relevance? What's important for them to use later? How can they see the practical application of what they're doing? Important, because at one proposal defense with a group of students at Andrews University, one simple question we asked: how relevant would this project be to the member in the pew? And one of them was honest enough to say, no application. He was honest. Student-based learning. The student must be the one you focus on, not yourself. You're not the source of all knowledge. How can you wake them up? How can you focus on how they can learn better? And then differentiated learning. People learn different ways. So what is the learning style that you need to adapt there? We don't have time to focus on all of this, but just to drop it there that there are different learning styles. Let's look at some of the things that we can do. Practical plans and guides. Thank you so much. You can invite a guest lecturer. You don't have to be an expert in every single area or discipline or field. And just to spice up your class, invite someone and give him an hour or give him the whole session and see how it's going to spice up your class. Now the students, you tell them before the time, this guy is coming, this lecturer is coming, this is his area. You give the lecturer what you want him to handle, and you've covered that day, and you can prepare for the next class. Group discussions. This involves creativity. A whole class period could be, you have thought about questions that you want them to discuss. Give them the questions and get them thinking, and then go round and check. How are you doing? Do you understand this? What are you learning? And what notes are you taking? But beyond discussions, group presentations. Group presentations for me are the most important in my class, because everything I think I'm doing, it's only when they're presenting I realize how much have they assimilated. When they're presenting, they're showing how well they comprehended what was being presented. And very often what you lecture will be forgotten. What they research and present, that stays. You could also get them, or if you had to do a video, one of the assignments I give is, you're going to do a presentation, prepare a PowerPoint presentation to such an audience in order to convince them. But how about if you have to do a video? You don't have to be in mass comm to be able to do a video. If you had to sell something and you had to make a pitch in order to get a grant, what would you present? Poster making is a valuable form of research projects. You don't have to present a paper in a conference. You can present a poster. Stand there, explain the dynamics, the flow, and everything. Teach them how to make posters. Interviewing role. Give them, sorry, that's two things altogether. Interviewing. Get them to interview someone who's an expert in that area. And then role playing. They could also do reflective discussions. Next. Other resources. YouTube is a university. Everything you're looking for is on YouTube. I was given an assignment once to develop programs and put them online at Andrews University, and I said, so who's going to show me? They said, go to YouTube. This is the link. Go there. Have fun. And you find out that everything you're thinking about is already there. TED Talks are resources. And how about challenging your students, just like we are doing here? We're doing it in a TED Talk presentation style. Challenge them to do TED Talks. Documentary videos. I've used that in class. I got one from Andrews University. I said, okay, guys, you think the problem of, what's it called? Homelessness is a problem in the third world. And I gave them the video from the Andrews University Library, the 5th of the United States. If you gathered all the homeless people together, you'll form one state in America. The video from the library. What else? We need to ask ourselves about our supervision. What should Babcock Graduate College be like? Should it be like the others? Are we just one of the other schools out there? What should we stand out for? You're doing business, you go to Harvard Business School, they know Harvard Business School for case studies. They specialize that, made a big deal out of that. What do we want to be known for? How do we get there? The United Nations has given the SDGs. I invited the United Nations country advisor to my university in Rwanda a couple of years ago, and he came there and he said, listen, I want to see SDGs. Tell me how what you're doing meets the SDGs. He was ready to mobilize every arm of the UN, UNICEF, WHO, whatever. I'm ready to partner with you, but show me how you're meeting the SDGs. What the projects we're writing, I was happy Pastor Ife nailed it when he said, what is the shelf life? After they finish, what happens? It gathers dust? It shouldn't gather dust. It's got to go beyond that. You've got to learn how to collaborate with industry. I attended the Future of Work conference in Rwanda, and there they were saying there's a disconnect between teaching and the industry. Big disconnect. You teach them, and they come out, and they don't have skills that we're looking for. So what do? We have to collaborate with industry and tell them, what are the things that you want us to do? What are the kind of research topics you want us to go into? How can we make them more practical? Right there at Rwanda, Prof, you just came back, PhD undergrad students in our program. Prince organized them. Every one of those guys who is defending, Prince, they're addressing a problem that is SDG related. One of them came, we invited, what's his name now, Christian Arthur. When I invited him for a colloquium, he came there. A student had developed, undergrad, a vending machine. You put in the amount, and it gives you the amount of water. For areas where you don't have pure water, it gives you just the amount of water that you pay for, undergrad. If they're doing that at undergrad, what should we be doing at this level? I'm delighted to know that part of the presentations we have today has to do with solution-based research. So expect that. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor, for that wonderful presentation. The next person we're going to be calling is Professor Mike Tommy. He's going to be talking to us on how we can use all the things we have access to, the Google Play, Google Gmails, ChatGPT, AI, and all of that. How are we going to use it to ensure that we do the proper mentoring and at the same time give the best we can give to our students without necessarily pushing them into doing the wrong thing? Professor Maitomi.
Thank you.
Over to you, sir.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I can hear your responses. Maybe I should go and sit down, sir. Thank you, sir. I was thinking, what can we achieve for 5-10 minutes that will not be complicated with our skills and knowledge? There are so many things that we can use to enhance our research, productivity, and also evaluation of our students. I just thought of Copilot. A brief introduction on Copilot. Copilot is a Microsoft-based application. It's open-ended, open source. It has no end to its use. You don't have to pay. You don't have to upgrade. Once you have Microsoft, then I will be really, really disconnected with my tool. That's why I'm here. I can't stay here because I need this. So maybe the camera can move. reinstall Copilot as a separate software. You would have to install Copilot as a separate software. I'm just going to demonstrate few things we can do on evaluation of our students' project. I have been using this for the few times I have to analyze on methodology area. I use this. You can synthesize 10 papers or more, as in synthesis that the computer, the AI is going to generate for you. And it's going to produce the result. It's now left for you to know how to use the results because you cannot copy verbatim. If you do, then you are picking machine content. One other thing I've used it for is to upload document and say set question from the attached document for me. And it's going to produce those two questions for my student. This is not ChatGPT that goes around on databases picking question. Is picking question from your content. I'm just going to demonstrate a few of this. Also, in CPG school, we have template of writing. Attach this template to Copilot and attach the project you want to compare the template to Copilot and tell, hello Copilot, can you evaluate this project with reference to the attached template and give me the results. However, I will also want you to compare this project to the global practice of writing in the field of nursing. It's going to go around and tell you where you are faulty. This is the standard from the PG writing. This is the global writing, and this is the limitation, and this is where you need to take it to. So these are things that I have used this for. I'm just going to demonstrate few, and I will leave the rest for you to go and practice. You can return back with questions. All right, I have Copilot here as an embedded Windows application. You can also go on the URL on your internet and type www.copilot.microsoft.com. The same thing will come out. So I'm here. Before this, let me just show you a few things that we can achieve in addition to what I've mentioned on the use of Copilot. Okay. I've mentioned presentation. We can produce presentation faster. We can summarize email, meetings, long document, and website. We can repurpose what? Content to what you want. You have the content. You are not asking the system to go and look for content on a global domain. You have the content. So the content belongs to you, not the machine. You can also schedule meeting. You can analyze data and create pivot charts that we do in Excel, in Access, and all that. You can also use animation, not only content or data. You can also use image and indicate the name of image. If possible, you can indicate the repository where the image is. It's going to bring it out for you. You can use it to what? To proofread, either from the global domain, no end to the criteria, or you attach the conditions you want the system to use, and it's going to give you the feedback. You can also use it to solve, to problem what? Solve, create image, which is the last thing. Now, I want to demonstrate this. You want to, all right, let me just type something here. Now, what I've asked the Copilot to do is I just want to know the weather of Illusion Remo today. One thing I have to say that you have to be connected to the internet for this to work. That's the only condition. If you are not connected to the internet, it won't work. And once the system is working, it gives you a button that you can stop it. Now it has completed the search, and it has reported back the plus sign. The plus sign is the tool you can use. Now it has given me the answer not only in text, but also in what? In graphic. In case you cannot read. At least you can see how many degrees? 27 degrees for Elysian Raymond today. Now that is on a global concept. Now let's attach and say I want to synthesize document, or I want to set question from an attached document. Now I have this plus sign initiated again. I want to start a new conversation. Now one thing you have to do is that you have to have Microsoft email for you to enjoy this. If you don't have Microsoft email, you can't reverse back your content. The work I did last year, I can bring it back because it automatically saves on your domain. If you don't have Microsoft email, the moment you click on new conversation, everything starts from the beginning and you will lose previous conversation. But when you have Microsoft email, you can always recall back your previous discussion with Copilot. Now I want to attach, so I click on upload. All right, this is a proposal by one of my undergraduate students. In few seconds, it will be uploaded, and you will know it's done. And you can have 10, 20 of this. The only limitation is that it must not be more than 1 terabyte. Gentlemen and ladies, are you going to, even when you have the whole 2 computers, it's still going to what? Swallow it. 1 terabyte, that's a lot. I have just few kilobytes here. So I'm going to tell the system to evaluate this in terms of what? Sentences and what? And the structure of probably writing and report back to me. This is for computer science. Software engineering, sorry. There are tricks in the proper sentencing of Copilot. If you are not good in the way you ask questions, your report or your return will also be fortified. So you need to be extremely clear, as simple as possible, because what you give in is what comes back to you. And it's just like ChatGPT. If you're not careful, you would have copied what is wrong before you know that you are the initiator of the wrong answers. So I've just asked the systems to, can you evaluate the attached document in terms of tenses and the right grammar, and also compare the these to the global writing techniques in the field of software engineering. Let's see what happens as a result. This is the only one I will be able to demonstrate because of my time, but we have the privilege to go on. You can synthesize between 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and ask the system to produce tables, figures, or whatever you want as your return, and then you can use this. It's still working. The moment you see this box, it's still working. I have my answers here. I have in terms of what? Grammar. May I read the strength? It has given us the strength, the area of improvement. Let me just read one from the strength and probably area of improvement and all that. Consistent use of present tense. Most of the document uses present tense appropriately when describing general truth, current practices, and project goals. For example, voting has been changing. This project grows out of what? Reality. Now let's go to improvement. Thank you so much. We have to stop from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I'm sure there will be a lot of time for you to ask Professor Maitomi a couple of questions for what he's trying to demonstrate. This is one of those things that makes my work easy. So you can easily find a way around it, and then I can assure you. The next person is Dr. Femi. Dr. Femi, please come off stage. And he's going to talk to us on the issue of mentorship. All right. Can we make it welcome, please? Thank you.
All right, while we are waiting for the slides to be up, thank you very much. It's a privilege to speak to you all on the topic. We've been considering teachers, we've been considering our responsibility as supervisors. And essentially, we are mentors. At least that is the perspective that we should have. More so that we are working here in Babcock University. We have a great responsibility to our student. And so when it comes to teaching, when it comes to supervision, we must understand that we are people wearing different hats at different times. At some point, you could see yourself as an instructor. At some other times, you may see yourself as a shepherd, I would say. And some other times, you may see yourself as a motivator, all right? You essentially are different things to your student. Now, when it comes to teaching, when it comes to supervision, we have to realize that the focus must be not on the work that we are supervising. Yes, it is part of it, but essentially, the focus must be centered on our student. That is, whatever we do with our student, we are doing it with their interest at heart, okay? And we must understand that to be an effective mentor to our student, it requires us having a tangible, substantive relationship with them. So it brings us to the question, how do I see my student? How I see my student largely depends on how I perceive the role I have to them. So if I see them as, yeah, they're just under me, it's going to shape how I'm going to treat them. All right? However, we must see them not as, we must cultivate a relationship not as masters to apprentices, but rather a relationship in which we see them as collaborators in the endeavor of advancing their welfare, advancing their success, even though they are under us. All right? So our focus must be on the well-being of our student. That is very important. All right? So it goes beyond the project or the proposals or the thesis, dissertations they submit to you. But more, so what it means is that I must be able to make an assessment of my student. Beyond is our responsibility to me in submitting our thesis or dissertation, what is going on in your life? We must be able to ask our student questions from time to time to gauge what happens even in their personal life. Now, we have responsibilities. It is our role and duty to ensure that we are able to expand the horizons of our student, who we see as our mentees. Essentially, we must be able to facilitate an environment for them to think critically. You know, when we have students, oftentimes because this is a private university, it also sets their expectation in some ways. And they're expecting you to actually spoon feed them. I'm not talking about undergraduates. I'm referring to postgraduate students. Okay? They want you to tell them what they are to do. No, that is not our responsibility. What we are to do instead is to facilitate them to think. We are there as their guide, all right? Also, we are to encourage our students to strive for excellence. And beyond motivating them, the best way to do this actually is to model that to them. Can they see excellence in us as their teachers, as their supervisors? All right? Yes, we are to motivate our student. Now, when it comes to motivation, oftentimes, our role as supervisors, let me take that for example. Some have the perception that I'm just there to correct. And we don't recognize the right things our students are doing. To motivate them, you must be able to recognize when they do things right. Acknowledge that. That gives them a sense of achievement, and they're able to strive for better. Okay? Now we also have a duty of setting expectations, determining certain things. You determine the mode and method of consultations. Yes, even though we encourage that we should have an open door policy, but it is not feasible that my supervisee should just walk in any time because I'm engaged in so many other things. All right? So what we could do from the very start, make it known to them. Okay, I can see you within this and this hours. Or before you decide to leave Lagos, before you decide to leave Abuja or wherever the location may be, check first with me whether I'll be available. You just see some of them appearing exactly, and they come, I'm here to see my supervisor, without appointment. All right? So we have the privilege of doing that. Then the writing ability of our student, yes, not all students will be the same, but then we can also help them and aid them to improve their writing skills. Next slide, please. Okay, so we also have the role of determining that they submit their projects, they make their submissions according to deadlines and all that. Then you must also have them to be committed to effecting corrections. It can be mind-boggling sometimes when you have students, you've given them certain things to correct, and then they come back with the exact document to you. Now, we have to be kind, however, we must be firm. All right? You must get them to do the right things. All right, next one, please. All right, yes, we determine the consultation procedure. Are we going to be meeting physically? Will there be times when we'll be meeting online? We set the deadlines for submission, and that is very important, so that it keeps them on the toes, all right? Responsibility to editing. Now, they have to do that. Now, there may be times when we may have differences. We must be able to resolve that amicably. And in doing that, we're not to speak down on our students. We're not to use offensive languages, all right? Let them know what we think or what we believe from our perspective and let them share their own perspective as well. All right? This is important. Educate your student on the ethics and practices of research. Now, let me say this, particularly in the age of AI, it's very important that we make it very clear to our students that plagiarism is not tolerated. More than that, it's also important that you make it clear to your students that AI-generated content is not permitted. And this is where we set the ground rules. Yes, you can use AI to generate ideas, but don't use AI to write. I have the privilege of supervising a student. By the time you ran a work on Turnitin, the AI index was I. And then she claimed that actually she wrote this herself. However, she imputed the document for AI to rewrite for her because she felt that it was not looking very academic. Now, you have to make it clear to such a student that that is not permitted, it's not allowed, all right? Okay, now, we also have the responsibility to direct our students on where they can actually get materials. Now, we are not to leave the student out there to dry, out to dry, okay? In which you just, while we would promote autonomy, at the same time, when you have access to materials that will help your student, it is your responsibility to share such with your student, okay? Let us provide guidance. All right, next slide, please. Now we also have a duty to provide prompt and high-quality feedback. Now this is important because here in Babcock, we are overwhelmed with so much work. Many supervisors from the postgraduate end, from the undergraduate end, and things can be quite overwhelming sometimes. But we have a duty to actually give feedback to our mentees, to our supervisors. Okay, it's also important that you encourage your students beyond writing the project as a requirement, also see how they can push things and advance themselves beyond the frontiers of just project submission, to the point where you can encourage them. Thankfully, at the CPGS, it is a requirement that our students must write, they must write and publish papers from their work. But beyond that, okay, for many of them who are in the educational system, you can also encourage them to write papers beyond just their project. You can also collaborate with them, acting as mentors in that regard. Next slide. Okay, now I'm going to end with this. Philippians chapter 2, verse 5. Let this mind be in you as it is in Christ Jesus. Now that is very important, that as we engage with our students, we must do it with the mindset of not seeing them as below us. As Jesus condescended himself, making himself to the level of humans, we must do the same for our supervisors. We must do the same for our students. Paul says, I became all things to all men. We must reach out and understand our student. Beyond the project, we must take cognizance of their well-being. We must be interested in their well-being. And when they can see that you're really interested about them, they are going to open up to you anytime, any day. May the Lord help us in Jesus' name. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Femi. At this point, we are going to entertain questions. I know our time is fast spent, but if we can just have 2-3 questions. Questions? Yes, Professor Vinio, can we have that mic, please?
very sincere thanks to all the wonderful presenters for the stimulating and exciting presentations. I want to ask my question based on the presentation of Professor Ononga. I was excited when you mentioned in your presentation that one of the things that we can use to spice our delivery is by bringing in guest lecturers to kind of bring their perspective to discourse. That's quite exciting to me. But I would wish that you clarify on whose bill is that exercise going to be. Is it on the department? Is it on the university? Or how do we? Because it's quite an interesting dimension. I would appreciate that. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Prof. Do we have another question? Yes, Prof.
Good morning, colleagues, and thank you, our dear presenters. I want to say something before I ask the question. The thing is, what I think guides the principle that each teacher has when he or she is teaching goes a long way in determining how the teacher communicates with the students, communicates the topic. You know, there are teachers that see themselves as, I'm just here to teach. I'm just a teacher, that's the thing. I'm here to earn a living. I'm sure if Professor sits here, she will be saying something different. You know, if that's your mindset, it will also determine the output. My own principle is that I want my students to be better than I am. So each time I teach there, I come with the mindset that I don't know it all, but I'm going to guide you through this. And I learned this when I went out and I discovered someone who was my supervisor. I was asking him a question. He said, I don't know it. We are here to figure it out together. I felt at home. So I have so many people who have taught me. I don't want to be like them, but I want to be a better version of them. So what's actually, the question now is, what would you say is, what are the attributes that a good teacher should have? You have said them, but just summarize it so that I will have that as I look at myself. I'll be checking myself. That's Prof. Ononga. Thank you.
All right, I have two more, and that will be all. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Number one, please remind us, Dr. Maitami, Professor Maitami, how to open MS Word email again. Because I don't have one anyway. And number two, I think it's very humbling for us to understand that, like my brother has said, some of our students that we teach in class are smarter than us. That is, their brainwaves are quite clearer. It's humbling. So at times, you will be working mathematics on the board if you teach in mathematical departments. Before you finish, the student has told you the answer, and you feel very embarrassed, you know. So I think we need to be humble enough to know that we teach people who are smarter, better. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me keep. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. I'm trying to respond to some things Professor Efe said and Professor Ononga with regards to the research that we do, decaying on the shelves. I have a little bit of a contrary opinion because I did the first job fair on this campus when I was in academic planning, and I was in academic planning for over 12 years. I know our students in some departments do a lot of cutting-edge research, but I'm not seeing a university policy that helps those researchers to reach where they should go. I've seen researches where students automated something for the bookshop, It's not being used at the bookshop. I've seen researches in biochemistry, microbiology, computer, several. Students built drones, but we still rent drones during graduation and other events. So what should be done in terms of policy to ensure that it starts from us to make sure these things get to the industry? I want to take from what accounting did to give their students cutting edge. They called ICANN and built the curriculum together. Are you getting it? So it made it easier for the students to migrate. And most of the time, by the time they are doing NYSC, they are doing their final stage of ICANN. That is innovative, and we are the first to innovate that in this country. So we need our researches in computer. All their projects are practical, and they are built things and programs. These programs, are they cataloged? As the university research office done something to make sure these things get to the industry? So we need to talk about policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Give Professor that he's been eyeing me. That will be the last one. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to respond to
Professor Binios,
because I know sometimes in 2010, I invited somebody from Internal Revenue, Ikene. I was teaching my students how to file returns. And I asked the person, by personal interaction, right? So if you want to invite somebody to interact with the student, I'm not sure it's supposed to be a formal arrangement. You are making personal contact with the person that you know can impact positively or practically on the students. So that's what I did. I called the man, bring all the documentation that are required for filing of returns. And he came, and when he was leaving, from my own pocket, I gave him something for transport. I think that is a way. We may have other ways anyway.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof. Professor Siri asked a question, and I just want to add my voice to that before Pastor Kevin comes on board. It's one thing for us to be here, but the truth is we are all busy. We have so much workloads on our tables. But the big question I want to ask us today is, how many of us do work audit or workload audit? I think the first thing we should learn to do is to conduct a workload audit. And what is the focus actually is to be able to tell how much responsibilities you have on your table. And if you're able to do that, you should be able to list the tasks. When you do that, you prioritize them strategically. It's one thing for you to list the tasks. It's another thing for you to be able to estimate every time it will take you to do or achieve each of those tasks that you have actually, documented. The second one is to prioritize them. When you prioritize, it's for you to ask yourself questions. Which one am I going to bring out high impact energy into, and which one am I going to be neglecting for one reason or the other because of what it entails? And once you're able to do that, you stand a chance to tell yourself, okay, I can actually take this one is urgent, this one is important, this one is not urgent, this one is not important. We can always put that aside. Other one is to be able to plan and structure this time very well. I do that a lot, and I ask myself, if I'm going to be teaching, I'm going to be supervising, I'm going to be doing administrative work, I'm going to be doing this, I think I need to do what we call the block time. And what does that do for me is to help me, put the timing I'm supposed to. Most times I sleep late and wake up early because I need to prepare for my class. I need to prepare and read through what my students, I need to do the methodology work. So I just have to apportion time for every one of them. And if you are calling me at the wrong time, expect me to respond to you when you are not part of my schedule, I'll keep it for that. So we can actually plan ourselves and tell ourselves we can achieve this without overworking yourself. This supervision, Dr. Femi already talked about how you can streamline these supervisions. Do we have standardized guidelines? Professor Shoko Maitomi was trying to talk to us about that. Dr. Jerry used something, taught me something, shared document. Almost all his supervisors, he worked with them on shared document. As they are dropping, he's seeing it. I'm also editing. I'm seeing whatever they are doing. You can do that to ease work. And at the same time, you can have a group discussion. So, Prof, we can actually achieve all those things. All depend on individual and your commitment. Dr. Femi said something. He said, the moment you see them as part of you, I think it goes a long way to actually tell us how best we can handle them. Pastor. Yes.
Thank you for the feedback. Thank you for the excellent questions and for also responses that are coming from here, from ourselves. The first one had to do with invitation of guests. And Professor I know, Dada, thank you so much. The initiative is ours. But then let's know that we have a good number of places and persons that we can contact who can be guest lecturers. We can invite alumni. They have vested interest in us. Parents who are professionals in the area, they will come. Our colleagues are here in different departments. That's the starting point. Invite them. And don't feel that you're obliged to give them something. And depending on who you invite and when you invite them, because the success to good teaching is planning. Planning is what makes it easy. When you plan that this is what I'm going to do, in the course of this semester, I'm going to invite this number of persons. I'm going to do group discussions. So now you begin to think, what questions do I want to give them for group discussions? What assignment do I give them that they can learn from? So those are the things. It's the thinking that is the part. After that, it just runs, clockwork. So invite. Depending on who you invite, you may not need to pay anything. Indeed, the persons you invite will say, thank you for giving me the platform to share. Thank you for giving me the platform. And if you invite somebody really high up, he's thinking about what can I do to give you? Well, how can I appreciate you? This is innovative. Thank you for inviting me. So those are part of the things we can do. We have Professor Ido, just came back from my former university in Aoka. We have one of the best IT programs in Rwanda. That's why he was invited. We have about 2,000 students in a university that just has just over 3,000 students, 2,000 in IT. How did we get there? We're using experts who are practical in the field of IT. They're the ones who come to teach. They are our resource persons. So when they're teaching, they're not teaching theory. They're teaching things that are cutting edge in their practice. That's what they're using. That's what makes the program so relevant, so vital. So there are folks that we can invite to come teach that will help us. And then let's embrace technology. It's not every time you have to get the person to come to where you are. All you need to do is make sure, pray hard, NEPA does not mess up, and then you get on Zoom, Google Meet, whatever platform, and engage them. And these are the ways that we can invite, and that addresses the question about invitation of guests. Attributes of a good teacher, that's a whole lecture. That's a whole lecture for at least an hour. But some of them we've already talked about. It starts with your mindset. Are you a learner in the first place? And a learner is a humble person, so are you humble? Are you honest? Like, who was the person who said it a few minutes ago? Hey, I don't know about that. I would like to study some more about it. Nothing wrong with that. We are not encyclopedias. No, we are not. But we can honestly admit, I want to learn some more about the subject. Or let's take this as an assignment. Let's all research this and let's come back to class and see what we learn from it. So have that attitude of being ready to learn, admitting that you are not be-all and end-all on every subject, and then be one who is innovative, creative, who is thinking. And then perhaps the most important is to be able to know your students. We had one lecturer at Andrews who was always getting the best lecturer award. Before the semester begins, all those who are registered for the course, he already has them on his platform. He already is thinking about sitting arrangement for them. Graduate school, so it's easier than undergrad. So when they resume, he's calling them by names. And because they're registered, their pictures are there. He has a mental image of the people coming to his class. He's prepared. So he's calling them. He's addressing them. trying to know their backgrounds and stuff like that. So if we do these things, bring the learning down to the level of the students, be involved in their welfare. I had professors who in our supervision, and thank you for that presentation, who came right down. Our Doctor of Ministry program, they came to the dormitory. How are you doing? Why are you struggling? Come, let me help you. Many of the guys who came into the Doctor of Ministry program did not know how to type. Some of them were ogas. They had secretaries who did all the typing. They had computers, but they couldn't touch them. Here, they learned how to write, how to type. Today, I can do a lot with my computer simply because of that program. How to do adjustments, formatting and all that stuff. We can do that if we get down to that level. So these are some of the attributes of a good teacher, and we can go much more. Policies for research and how to get this to the industry. Excellent, and thank you for even responding to the question. The ICANN model that was mentioned, Professor Dada, and thank you for mentioning that. Do you know in Rwanda, where it was, they were saying, you guys are light years ahead of us. We want to be like you. And we saw what you're doing. And so I also, because of that, I got to know the Accounting Association in Rwanda, and we registered with them so that we could also begin to do the program in partnership with them. And because of that, UNDP said they wanted to raise the number of those who were chartered. What's the other thing? That program that they do in America? CPA. They wanted to raise the number of CPAs in the country from about 1,100 to 11,000. They looked at the country and said, we need 11,000, and we're just 1,100. We tried sponsoring people, they drop out. So now we want to work direct with the universities. We're going to give you funding, but this is what you want to do. Raise the students, train them. Based on the number that pass, we'll pay you for them. We wanted to run away from that, but we saw it was a win-win situation. So we went into it. But that is because of the Babcock model, which I knew about. I took that and said, this is how we're going to do it. So we're saying, let's be proactive. Let it not just be one program or discipline we're talking about. What is your area? How can you network with industry? Find out what their needs are and say, how can we provide solutions for you? Can you even provide for us? Because in the Future of Work conference I attended, the international one, one of the comments I made is, let's stop throwing stones at each other. You say the students are not relevant. We say, we don't know what you want. You're not partnering with us. So now let's work together, have collaboration, and if you think we don't have the materials to train them, provide them for us, so that we give you market-ready graduates who can go straight into employment. So that can be done. So let it not just be accounting alone. Let's see which other programs we can do. Program development in computing, we can do more. What software are we using for grades? What software are we using for grades and for registration? Who developed it? Who did? Who did? That's a shame. That's an embarrassment. It cannot be. The one they developed, I can remember, was like 15, 20 years ago, almost 20 years ago. Have things not changed since then? So why can't we do that? Why are we producing graduates? What are we producing them for if they cannot do simple registration? So this is how we're thinking. Solutions, solutions, solutions. Thank you. He has to say one more thing, please. This is policy for graduate school.
All right, thank you. May I just affirm that my presentation earlier was a collaborative effort between Dr. Oyedele and I. So I was just the spokesperson. On the issue of teaching on how to create email, I think, may I request that the best teacher, sir, is 1 or 2 minutes on YouTube. You get it done. That's the best teacher. Of course, consulting me or others, you may not have that in Babcock. But on at your convenient time, that can be done. I also want to request that, and a challenge to PG School, the institution is old enough and matured enough to have an office for educational purpose, Microsoft 365. If I want to buy 365 today, I'm likely to spend about $500, if not $1,500 per annum. because the tools and the benefits are unlimited. But if we go as an institution through the PG school, this is business. You are saying that all the students will be given keys to a free 365 office, which is likely in a year you have about 500 or 1,000 students. And the benefits that the money they cannot make in 3 months, they make it in 1 day. They will come back and give you student institutional rate, which is almost nothing compared to the cost of individual. So I'm throwing that challenge to you. If that will amount to taking 2 naira from the registration package to solve that problem. And that will go a long way, meeting the needs of both the staffs and the students. Thank you so much.
One practical way that we can do this as we take in new students is to proactively charge them for it. And if we charge them a certain amount, we can show the institution, we have charged them this amount, let's provide this service. And all it takes is a letter from the institution to Microsoft Word that we want institutional rates. It's available. It's not a story. We're not applying for something unique. Once we get that, we're providing for every person who registers into the graduate school program, and it's done. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the conversation has been masculine dominated.
Okay, just in conclusion.
Thank you.
I'm saying always expect insults. So don't be surprised when your students talk to you, in a way that you don't like, on phone or physically, and all that, so that you can try to forget about it and don't victimize that student. And the student is expecting that she will deal with me or he will deal with me, and say that you're not dealing with him. Okay? Because you are a student, I know that great day of graduation is what I'm actually after. And so with time they will work with you. So let's prepare for that, because it's normal. And we want to say work continues. We can't get everything here, so we need to keep discussing. Thank you very much.
Please, let's check our phones. There is a pre-evaluation that we have sent out. It's important that we fill it, because there's going to be a post one. Thank you, and God bless you.
I will request that the panel, please put your hands together for them. You have a good photograph before you leave, please. You have a group photograph as a panel. I think the only thing they failed to realize that they didn't talk about time consciousness. So they obeyed the time from the rear. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and we are glad that if you had a wonderful time, please put your hands together for them. Thank you. You see, what you complain of your student is what some of you are doing here. You're holding your phone. I said clap for them, you didn't do anything. Please put your hands together for them. Henceforth, don't use your phone here when the panel is here. I know you by name. Evaluation. I will evaluate each of you. I will give you time to respond to that. We'll give you time. Thank you. I will request that wherever you are, you please stand on your feet. Please, you stretch. Please get up and stretch. Those of you who are not standing, if I see you dozing, I will call you. Dr. Obinokoro, you're not doing anything. Very good. You're cooperating. Dr. Ebuta, good morning, ma. You're lucky I'm not your supervisor. Thank you. Professor Derigbe, good morning, ma. You are even standing already. Thank God. Okay, once you feel that you have stretched enough, you may sit. The stretching does not include going out of the door. Aha. Dr. Lawal, don't stretch out. You just stretch back. Please, you may be seated. I will give you the next 120 seconds. Please, quickly pick your phone if you have not responded to that pre-evaluation. 120 seconds. It should be on WhatsApp that was sent, sir. Coordinators here present, I hope you have distributed that link. Have you? How many coordinators are here? Okay. All right. Thank you very much for cooperating. We're glad. Part of the policy also is that when you bring us here, there should be small incentive. You know, there is nothing wrong in giving us small chops as we discuss. Give us lunch. And then maybe a little, you know, like what Professor Dada did. He gives something from his heart. Provost, I know from your heart you will do something. From his pocket? Ah, okay. All right. We will be having the second presentation. The second presentation. And this conversation is focused on grantmanship. Grantmanship. The man there, is it a man or man universal? Universal, okay. Otherwise it should have been grantman/womanship. Grantmanship, the life wire of innovative research. I will be inviting the next round of. Wow. Please put your hands together for the postgraduate college. Please now, please put your hands. I know why. Please, the lady, I hope, make sure you give only those who are clapping. Only those who are clapping.
Sorry, the evaluation sent to you for now, you're supposed to fill all of them. Don't just fill for this section that I just completed. Fill all of them. We are going to do another one to see the changes in what you had before and the new one. Thank you very much.
Okay. I will be inviting in no order of priority the following individuals to please make their way forward. Join me to make welcome Dr. Gogonte Ama. Please make him feel welcome. Distinguished colleagues, can we all rise? Please stand. Stand on your feet. Stand. Stand, stand, stand. I asked you to clap. You don't want to. Stand up. Okay, please be seated. Please put your hands together for Dr. Ama Gogonte. He's one of us. He's here to share. Please, you may take a seat. I will also be inviting Professor Yemisi Babalola. Please make her welcome. Thank you, thank you. Join also to make welcome Professor Gift Ntiwunka. Please make Professor Gift welcome. Thank you very much. Professor Olumide Abiodun, are you here? All right. Dr. Lala, you didn't clap today. You've been clapping? Okay. Please join me to make welcome also Professor Cyril Wambruka. You say you've been clapping. I didn't see you now. And the last but not the least, Professor Grace Tayo, whom is hereby represented by Dr. Chinedu Anokuru. Please make him feel welcome. All right. This conversation is going to last for another half an hour at exactly 11:35. You will have to stop. And the conversation is focused on grantmanship, the life wire of innovative research. You're welcome.
Standing on the existing protocol, I want to greet every one of us. Good morning and welcome to this program. I'm going to be doing, my boss is unavoidably absent, so I'm representing her in this panel. I will be doing a short presentation, and after that, I will hand the mic to my colleagues who are going to share some thoughts, some points that would help us as supervisors when it comes to grantsmanship. I have a slide here. Professor Maitomi, where are you? Oh, he has gone. So the slide we have there was prepared using Copilot. Did it from the beginning to the end. So when he was talking about it, I understood because it was very easy for me to get that done. All right. We have research policy, or I can say IP policy, which would help us in the issue of commercialization or moving our products from the shelf or from the classroom to from the lab to the industry. We have that, and hopefully we all can access that. So if you go to the website Babcock and you type intellectual property Babcock University, you will get that very easily. Let's look at grantmanship. There are a lot of slides there, but I'm just going to run through and share my thoughts on the last slide. Can we move on? Next. I just want us to define what grantmanship means. Can we move on, please? Yeah. So we say it is the skill of finding, applying for, and managing research funding successfully. So the skill of finding, applying, and managing research skill successfully. That is the, sorry, that place is too far for me. All right. So why is grantmanship very important? Why is it very important when we talk about grants? On a personal note, I have my personal reservation for applying for grants generally, because most of the time, not most of the time, almost all the time, the funders have specific objectives they want to meet. And because they have a specific objective or goal, if you don't align with that, then you are out of business. I will use chemistry, for example, because this is a very practical experience. And I've shared this in some occasions. When Samsung and iPhone were battling for battery, do you know that time when there was battery race between the two of them, when phones were exploding here and there? China took up that challenge, and China opened up a grant for inorganic chemistry. So those in inorganic chemistry, they were into that grant application, and a lot was happening. People were going to China here and there, but I tell you, the moment Samsung sorted out that, or the moment they all sorted out that grant closed, and they moved to something else. So what we are doing practically is the grant is open here, we all move there. The moment they close it, because they will definitely close it, they move this area, we all move this way. So sometimes we are caught in between that as researchers. However, the presentation today is trying to bring us to something which I'm going to explain in the last slide. Permit me to make an assumption that we all here know what grants application means. We all here, one way or the other, have applied for grants. One way or the other, I want to make that assumption. I want us to go to the last slide, because if you need details of the second to the last slide, the 22, slide 22, that is where I will say something briefly, then I'll allow my colleagues to speak. The first one is interdisciplinary grants. Funding increasingly funding increasingly supports research crossing multiple disciplines to foster innovative solutions. I hope you know that globally, many universities are dropping these generic subjects we are having. So you say you are doing biochemistry, or you are doing agric, you are doing what. Those things are still. For example, I was surprised when we had visitors from Loma Linda, and they say they are doing, so they don't have biochemistry, they don't have microbiology, no. They have infectious disease, immunology, and on and on. I said, wow, okay, because when you're talking of infectious disease, it doesn't even matter. It cuts across so many disciplines. Immunology, it cuts across so many disciplines. So, and that is PhD. You are earning your degree in this, not in biology, in what we are doing here, because what we are doing here is not helping us. Forgive me to use my area of specialty, or around my area, to do that. Where I did my PhD, do you know that microbiology and biochemistry were in the same department? They moved apart, then they came back again. Because what? The professor in biochemistry, who is working on heat shock protein from malaria, is using E. coli to do his study. And that is it. So when funders, perhaps one of the reasons why we are not getting grants is because we are lost completely. We are in the area where we have moved back. So you are in your area, narrowed area, whereas people have moved. You know, 2022, when I joined the research office, I just discovered that when we look at NIH grant on infectious disease, or you now see machine learning, it now became so prominent to the extent that, you know, there was no grant that came, no call that came out in that area, an area of antimicrobial resistance that did not have machine learning in it. So in other words, we were forced to bring in computer scientists who had no clue about what microbial studies are. But that was what was happening. So if we, as faculty or as supervisors, and we don't start thinking in that area, we will end up doing projects and we'll put them in the shelves because that is where they belong to. And that is not helping any one of us. Another one is doing research that has social impact. Many of us are, like I've said some time ago, we have invented problems that don't exist. And we make our students do problems, so they keep doing knowledge. I'm not talking about knowledge, but you keep imagining problems. These are not problems that are in the society. For example, let me tell you, one of the challenges small farmers are having in Illusion now, it is not access to credit. It is not all of these things that you find on the internet. It is tea-free. They will plant, do everything. Before they come, when it's harvest time, people have gone there to harvest everything. You won't see that on the internet. You won't see that as a major problem, but that is their problem. That is one of the challenges we are facing. I was in the office the other day. Two ladies came to me and said they wanted to apply for a grant. And what is that grant? They want to just supply sanitary pads to young girls in a particular place. In my mind, I'm like, but what is this? This is nonsense. But actually, that is it. That is it. That is it. That is it. It's as simple as that. Just supply, all the grammar, everything is supply, and they got it. And we are here still speaking English. It's not working. It's not going to work because we are just in a bubble and we are just doing whatever we think. We will not make any progress in that regard. It's important that we do that. Then, so any project that does not have social impact, you know, when we go for ranking and so on, they want to see, when they say community engagement, community service, they are not asking you whether you're a Sabbath school teacher or whether you are doing whatever or you are attending meetings. No, that's not what they are saying. Illusion is here now. So what are we doing in this Illusion community? What are we doing? That is it. As an office, we are not able to write. So if you ask me now, what is the community engagement of Babcock? I don't know. I don't know. If you are doing, my office does not know, there's a problem. I don't know what it is. So these are some of the challenges we are facing. Now, before I give the mic, apologies to our professors. If I keep asking myself this question, so that I'm extending to you. If you're a professor here, and you don't, I want to ask, what are you professing? If you say you are professing something, who are your disciples? It's a simple question. Because one of the challenges we are having, why we're having weak supervision, is because we don't even have a story to tell. If you are a supervisor here and you are dependent on student, go and bring a topic, we will never grow. We will never grow. We need to be able to stand from, okay, I'm a professor of taxation, for example. It's a wide distance. Anybody in Nigeria who wants to study about that should come and apply here. Should bring how he or she wants to solve a problem in that area. And from there, you are able to expand. It's not by bringing, so at the end of the day, you have 5 students, and they are all doing different things, and you are struggling moving from north to south and so on. We are not going to make any progress with that. Why are we not going to make any progress? Because you will not be able to apply for grant. Why wouldn't you be able to apply for grant? Because those who are offering the grant want to see evidence that you are competent in that area they are bringing out a call. They want to see that in the last 3 years or so, you have published something or you have done something in that area. Most of the time, what we do is reactive. Professor Abiodun will be, most of the time, when we see a call, then we start assembling researchers to go and write that call. It is very difficult to win such grants. And that is why it is important that we are able to establish this. So it is important that, so I don't know how you do it, but if you have a PhD, you have PhD, master's, and undergraduate, your master students should be able to interface or overlap with your undergraduate student. Your PhD student should be able to overlap with your master student. At the end of the day, there are layers, so that each one fits each other, and at the end of, you should be able to have a 5-year program where you say, okay, this is what we are going to do, and over the 5 years, you are able to generate knowledge that you can work with, so that when a grant is called, you know what happens? You're able to fit in. And do you know why? What the link with innovation? It doesn't matter how crazy or how brilliant your idea is, if there are no funds to push it, it remains there forever. So if we do what we need to do right, if we do it rightly, we'll find out that we will always find funds. Like we were told last year, only 10% of the funds are the ones we see. 90% of them don't advertise. We have to go to them and collect and retrieve these funds. So we need to start thinking carefully how we do our supervision. It is very important that we think on it very clear, because if we don't get it right, we will not be able to. Okay, imagine you are given a fund or a grant, and you are expected to execute that project between 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years. You are expected to give a report. You are expected to manage people. These are processes that only a grant system would be able to help you to do that. And that is why it is very important. And sadly, as a unit, we have also observed low turnout in application of grant. And that there are many factors to that. We don't want to go into that right now, but it is very important that we do that. So if we want to drive innovation, then we should be able to align ourselves in a way that we'll be able to access funds. You need funds. You cannot compete with countries where there are universities in some countries where they are funded from beginning to the end. You cannot compete with them. You cannot compete with a country that would tell its scholars for 5 years to say, this is where we are heading. And each is given funds. You have the access to this fund. When you want to do your research, you get the funds. When you finish your research, you want to publish, you are funded. Even when you have published your paper, you are still paid thank you for publishing. We can't compete with those. And sometimes we are quick to say, oh, where are the funds? But the truth is that, do you even have the story to tell? So that when funds come, you are able to align yourself with that. So it is important from the PG college to start thinking. If we don't go this route, we will not even be able to reach commercialization. Because why? The product you think or the services you think you are offering, the community does not need that. So when you finish, you just end it there. At best, you publish 1 or 2 papers, and that is where it ends. You move to the next circle, and 10 years you are supervising, but you cannot say, this is what I've been able to achieve. When you are asked to now write a what is that, this thing? Bio sketch. If you want to prove me, go and try and write a bio sketch for yourself. And they're asking you 1 paragraph, right? You can spend days, you will have headache because you are thinking, okay, what is it that I have done? It can be very difficult. And that is where we are. I will stop now and I will allow my colleagues to share their thoughts on the topic that has been given to us. Any one of us, we can start. By the way, Professor Wambruka, you know what I know him for? Okro. Thank you very much. Okro. I'm still waiting. I hope you won't disappoint me the day I'm going to. It's just to tell you that I know him for that, because he has worked a lot and I've worked with him on that. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, our provost, for organizing this. I'm sure that Tinubu will say, Emilokan, isn't it? Yes, it's my turn. Well, let me welcome everyone and say a very beautiful good morning to all of us. I don't know what your expectations are now. I'm sure you have some expectations. But I would like to say this in this particular section that says research drives innovation. What's the last thing? There's another key word there. Sorry. Lifewire of what? Groundsmanship. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. So, you know, it's easy to say, oh, you're not writing grants. You're not writing. It's not easy. You are in RIC, isn't it? I don't know how many we've written. You may write thousands of them, and you will just win few. Because there are so many things involved. I am privileged to have written, not alone. If you do it alone, the likelihood that you will win is very, very faint. Because in the world today, collaborative research, interdisciplinary research, he talked about AI. You couldn't have done it. You have to bring someone from that field to make the story complete. So I want to encourage our people here that grantsmanship is about patience. For that's the story I want to tell here. It's about patience, because you will keep trying, It's only when you get it that you will say you've succeeded. Someone said, effort is everything. No, effort is nothing. Result is what? Everything. So until you get there, you are not there yet. But don't be discouraged, because it doesn't come in a day. So I would like to share with us just a few tips on how and the things you do. That will be on the general level. I applied for a grant last year. And you know, we did everything. I had some collaborators outside. I was so certain that we will win that grant. It's a UK Research Innovative grant. But you know, at the beginning of the year, they communicated us that, we are sorry, we couldn't get it. You can imagine how I felt. But my mind went to something that made it, that I felt was fishy when I saw the question, but I was filling out the form. It says, what is your inclinations to gender? You know, I had to express myself. I only believe in male, female. You're getting it? But that's my conviction. And I'm sure that floored me, because it's more than that out there. So there are things that you as an individual will have to decide whether or not you want to, even though you want the money. Craftsmanship is about begging. You want to beg for people to fund you, and you have to tell your story like he said. It will be convincing, but irrespective of how convincing your story is, if it does not fit into the mission and vision of the one who you are applying to sponsor your this thing, it does not make any sense. You won't get it. So in a few minutes, just 8 points that I want to mention, things you need to take to heart when you are trying to apply for a grant. I'm sure you know all this, even before I say them. But the thing is that saying that again here will not make it easy for you to get it. But keep doing what you're doing and hone in on your skills, and you'll be better. The first one is you have to know you have to know the sources of grants. If you don't have an idea of where you can apply for grants, you won't even start making an attempt. There are several of them. If you key in this thing in the internet, you will see a lot of them. Rick publishes in their weekly, is it weekly or monthly? They will bring out several grant agencies. So when you see them, you look at the ones that fits you. I can mention just a few here. I mentioned one I applied to, the UK Research and Innovation. Even back here, we have African Development Bank. At least that one sponsors any project that has to do with the SDG. So just pick one area of your SDG, they will, and you tell a good story, they will take it. We have German Research Foundation. They also sponsor, they fund grants. That's on the African level. Of course, even back home, you know that, is it ETF or PTF? Petroleum TET fund, yeah. Even though it's not available to private institutions like us. But you can partner with what? With other institutions and make the story complete. I'm trying to say something and I'll keep saying it. Let's widen our network. That will determine your net worth. You see, if you decide to walk alone here, you may not pass beyond this place. And one of the reasons why you go for conferences is to network. It's your currency in research. So let's widen our network. You'll find friends. The grants that I've written for that we won are not the ones that came from. You know, we had people who would say, oh, Professor Cyril is here. This is his area. He can contribute to it. That's how we built and we came up with something. So don't joke with your network. It could be your student. My first trip outside was my student. It was my student who just found a conference somewhere and remembered me and sent it to me. I applied for it. It was sponsored fully. And it was there I developed a link, which I still nourish and nurture till today. It was my student, and that was why I talked about students. The way you treat them will go a long way in determining where you will be. It was my student who did it, and we are still on course till today. So, first of all, find out the grants, the granting agents. Secondly, try and develop a good proposal. A good proposal. A proposal is just telling your story. Tell it in a good way. That, you know, there's a way you can sell poison and somebody will take it and swallow it. Yes. Tell your story so well so that it becomes convincing. Sometimes you may not give a full proposal. They will say you should submit a concept note, which is an abridged form of but it should be concise enough to give out the things that is there. You may not be able to do it alone. Bring in people who are experienced. Fortunately, we have grant writers on campus. They can help us through that. We shouldn't be ashamed of calling for assistance where necessary. The third step is you must meet deadlines. We wrote a proposal, we applied for an AU grant in 2013 or so. The thing came to us very late, and we assembled a team of, were you there? When we were housed at Ikperu. We spent 3 days there working on this proposal. Proposal is not something you start just few days to the end. No, except you have gone through, you have so many experiences, and you have some things that you must start early. So when you check through the, when you search through the internet, you will see the timelines for each proposal. Start on time. Ours was that we submitted few minutes to the deadline. And you know, internet will fail. When we submitted it, we were not sure if it got to them. And so we were flawed. The 3 days effort went down the drain. You're getting it? So make sure you work to meet the deadline, because your granting agents, they are looking for how to drop some people. There are so many people. So even if it's 1 second, oh, they will drop you. Even if the content of your this thing is okay, work to meet the deadline. The third one is, I've said it, your proposal must suit the grantor's interest or mission, no matter how good it is. So you need to know what they want. You need to know what they want as to know how to prepare your story. You must understand the problems, have a solid plan to address it, and intend to produce results. So you need to know where, when, how, what, who. Those are questions that will emanate from your proposal. You must have it. As they are asking, you are giving it convincingly. And your proposal should not be based on your emotions. I just think this, you don't have any fact to prove what you are giving. So you must be well aware of your facts. And you have your references to show. You have the proofs to show that this thing is doable. And the time that you have provided, it's possible. The last says, proposal seeks support for an approach based on data, experience, client input, and best practices. What you may present may be good, but if it does not conform to the norms, the practices that is acceptable, that is enough to drop you. And your proposal must be focused on people, not just you as a person. You know, so many of us do this for the sake of money. As I hear people, oh, you can make money. Yes, you can, but that's not the center of your proposal. It must meet the need. It must meet needs of people. Are we to leave? So, but let me say this before I sit down, and others will talk now. There's another aspect which may require experts. That's the budgeting. Maybe I should leave that. Professor Lumide is here and others. Maybe they can speak to this. Let me stop because others will have to talk. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. From the social sciences, I'm here to speak on behalf of my school, how well we have fared in terms of grant writing. I know that maybe 2 or 3 people have won grant, Fulbright, you know. And so grantmanship encompasses all the aspects of grant seeking process, including grant writing. And the essence is to develop high-quality research, proposals, and win competitive international and local grants. In the social sciences, grant writing deals with creating a competitive proposal to secure funds for research that addresses societal challenges in order to create sustainable solutions that will, among other things, drive economic development. You know, we say in social sciences that there are no funds, but there are. You know, we feel that it is the natural, those in the natural sciences that have the fund. But in social sciences, there are funds to assist us, and then there are databases too, websites to assist us, and then there are databases too, websites, fund for NGOs, scientifyresearch.org, among others. Research grant is very, very important because it helps to evaluate the efficacy of new programs. And when that is done, such programs can be implemented. You know, for example, World Bank can sponsor such, and then when you have a result, a positive one, it will definitely be implemented. Those in social sciences can also look at, not just social sciences, even the humanities can look at they can challenge the complex injustices of post-colonial society. How would they do that? By developing Afrocentric theories, which they can use to analyze data in African research and to enable better, more sustainable, more culturally relevant, and just, you know, future and guarantee the future of the African people. So we need scholars with advanced skills in social sciences to be able to develop evidence and translate it into action in Africa. We can't give what we don't have. It has to begin with us. Do we know what grant writing is all about? And so we need to do that before we can involve our students. So we need orientation. Orientation on what? On the various grants phases. We need to know what and what is involved in every phase. And then we need to know ethical and integrity guidelines that will help us to know what to do. And what are the various approaches that we can use? We have mentioned some of them today: interdisciplinary approach, transdisciplinary collaboration, and even multi-dimensional perspective. Very important. That will help us come up with solid, you know, proposals. Okay? Then, among other things, it's important that we focus on local societal challenges. Very important, not abstract things. Okay? If you do your research on things that are not related to what is happening in our society, you have ended up wasting time and resources. And I'm sure no funder will agree to fund such projects. And then we need to support emerging researchers. We need to support them. We need to provide infrastructure. Infrastructure, by infrastructure, I mean facilities, tools, and resources that will aid grant writing and all that, research grants, all that it entails. Very important. And then it's important that we promote knowledge exchange and dissemination. The outcome of this research, we need to let people know, policymakers, professionals, even the public, you know, through conferences, workshops, seminars, and open access publications so that they will know what they are doing. So I encourage those of us here, especially those in social sciences, let's upgrade, let's know the latest in grant writing so that we'll be able to write, and then we can involve others, including our students. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. Thank you very much, the School of Postgraduate Studies, for organizing this forum. I'm not going to repeat all that's been said because my colleagues have actually explained to us, why we should do research, why we should write grants and get funding, and some of the ways on strategies that we can accomplish that. I would rather want to focus on some of the challenges that hinder those of natural sciences. That is the truth. Okay, but one of the challenges that I have personally experienced is what somebody said some years back. He said, Babcock is a teaching university. And I was like, what does it mean by that? But the truth is, when we look at the structure of how we work here, the primary focus is teaching, not research. And I'm grateful that now we're trying to drive research. But you cannot drive research 100% and teaching 100%, expecting the same group of people to do the same 100%. I think that would be like driving the willing horse to death. In institutions where we see them as flying high when it comes to research, they actually prioritize it. They reduce workload. They provide the enabling environment. They actually put out projects, to stimulate people to do this, put funding and everything. It is not only a certain group of people or some disciplines that benefit. Sincerely, if we really want to do this, then we really must do it with all our heart as a school. And like I said, I'm speaking for the School of Management Sciences. This, if I'm not mistaken, is the largest school, maybe the second largest, on this campus. Meaning that you also know that at every graduation, we push out a lot of students across different streams of programs. The same individuals are teaching, supervising, doing administrative work, and so many other things. Meetings and many other things. If you see some people's workload, you shiver, 20-something units. Even when you say 18, they say, well, some people are given concession because the teachers are not there. Recently, somebody an HOD brought his a request for teachers, which had been served severally to the administration before now, to my table, and I'm like, about 3, 5, 4 different programs, the same set of people are teaching. So if we really want to do this, then we must be ready to do it well. Professor Provost, sir, please help us let the Office of Research know that we are willing. And we are also willing to collaborate because we may not have all that opportunity of, what's it called now? Projects that are totally, in our field, but we can also collaborate with others in other areas. So please, don't just sideline us. Pull people in that are willing, to be part of collaborative projects. Thank you very much.
Sorry, good morning. I use the existing protocol. So I'm not going to be saying anything apart from what has been said. I just want to come from a perspective of somebody who manages some of the awards that the university has made available to staff and students. And while one would understand that we are very busy, I think it's also important because every time we have graduation, we graduate 100 PhD students in a year and all of that. And so those PhDs are potential grants. Okay, so that we are not trying to create something exceptional. All of those PhDs, masters that we do, they are potential grant applications, they are potential proposals. And to say that, firstly, the 100%, the sure way, 100% sure way not to get a grant is not to apply for one. Okay? If you don't apply, you will never get one. And these are things that we see. I mean, year in, year out, the provost, you know, of the PG school over the last 3-4 years has given students ₦1 million. The PG students, about 5 students every year, ₦1 million to do their PhD dissertation, or is it thesis now? Thesis. And what we experience really is that, I mean, the applications are not there. I mean, the one for the round for the next year would have released it yesterday, but we had to call it back. But we're hoping that before the end of the week, the call will be made. We don't just get the application. Last year we got about 6 or thereabout, you know, and that's for our PG students, our PhD students, not to write any fresh proposal, to use their PhD thesis, you know, present the proposal, and it's evaluated, and people are giving monies, but we don't get the applications. Okay? And the other thing that one also needs to underline is the fact that funders, you know, the money that funders give is not free money. There are monies that are owned by people. Okay? Some of them families who have outlined what they want to do with their money. And this money is competition. A lot of people want the money. All right? And one thing that is very, very important that I've learned, you know, over the years is the fact that, I mean, as Christians, we are called into the ministry of reconciliation, but it's not an anyhow ministry. It's a ministry that has regulations. This is what you must do. This is how to do it. And that's why when these things come, they call us call for proposals. What we see is that many people, when they respond to call for proposals, they say what is in their mind. And that's not the idea. The idea is that the person who has the money has sat down and he has defined what he wants. So no matter how brilliant your ideas are, and we have a lot of brilliant ideas, we read these things every day. No matter how brilliant the idea is, if you are not responding to the call, there's no way you will get the money. You know, for NIH funding now, they have call for proposals that are 30, 40 pages. So even before applying, what we do is that we call ourselves together, we print it out. Everybody go for 2 weeks. Go and read it, and you underline it line by line. And I learned this by the experience of my first application to NIH. And you know, if you have applied for NIH funding, you applied from the beginning and you successfully submitted and they accepted it, you know it's an achievement on its own. Okay? So after going through that process, I submitted. They went through technical review, they went through. The first reading, they now sent it back to me that they are not going to send it out for review. Because I missed out a line out of over 30 pages. I missed out one line because what they said, I did not attend to it. So, I mean, almost 1 month of thinking about it every night, writing something, went to waste. And that's what we see with many of the proposals that we get. People don't just read, even this PG school proposal, it's just 1-page column, but many of this, they don't read it at all. They just package what they want, send it to our Google form, and send it to us. And then it becomes difficult to evaluate. So that when you have 6, we can only get 3. And then we say, okay, please, let's give 4 people. What of the money? We don't want to return the money. So it's a call for proposal. It's a call. You must look at the call close. And many times, what you need to do, especially the big granting bodies, all you need to do is actually in the call. It's just that at times, they will put a link to this, a link to that. You know, it can be tedious. But I think that the essence is that, you know, somebody that is going to be giving money must have proven himself to be worthy of you know, administering the funds. And the way we write, you know, somebody even writes, you know, somebody has written, you are using different fonts, you know, Times News Roman, Arial. As little as that, it makes because it gives the person reading it the impression that this person is not thorough. You know, this person is not thorough. Even the English. You know, I mean, I've been sent proposal before where they ask you to score the English. It's like that. You know, even spacing at times. So the devil really is in the detail. So people must read the calls for proposal. Read it as if it's the exam, because that's the expo. And the truth is that from the little I've seen, we have very beautiful ideas. It is the time to be thorough that has not been there. It is the time to be thorough. And finally, and like I think it was Professor Moa Buruka that alluded to it, it's an art. You know, we get better by the day, but it's also something not to take to art. You know, you shouldn't take it seriously when your grants get rejected. I had a professor, I did a course in the US, and the man was being introduced. You know, the person that introduced him spent about 20 minutes telling us all the big grants he had won. He wanted to teach us grantmanship. You know, and after introducing him, all of us stood up and were clapping. The man said we should give him 2 or 3 minutes. You know, and he spent 2 or 3 minutes, and then he came up. He needed those 2 or 3 minutes because he had spent about 9 months going back and forth with the funder on a grant that he has written. Don't be very big. He put together a very big team, blah, blah, blah. So while they were eulogizing him on the stage, he got a message that he didn't win the grant. So he needed 2 minutes to comport himself. You know, so it's not something to take to heart. The truth is that many people want the money, okay? And it's a competition. But the truth is that if you apply, you do your part, you look at the details, eventually, one, you know, will give you the joy that, I mean, you forget about all the ones that you didn't win. So please, for our PG awards, encourage our students to apply. The money is there, it's hanging. You know, at the time, the Rick wanted to make it 10 awards, but we didn't get enough, so we stuck to the 5 where we are before. Also with, you know, some of our colleagues who are working on their PhDs and need university funding and all of that, we have a lot of issues. You know, some of the PhD students don't even get their supervisors to read what they are submitting. You know, and it's unfortunate. We have a lot of issues, a lot of back and forth, you know, on things that are minor. You know, that if you see, as a supervisor, if we spend time with our PhD students, those are proposals. You know, it is from within our work that our PhD students get topics to develop. And many people, you know, abroad, their PhD students don't need to look for money to do their, because they get it right from the grants. Thank you very much.
The provost of the PG College, all ladies and gentlemen here seated, I thank you for being part of this audience and the PG School for giving this privilege to talk about the role of grantsmanship. I was just given this simple opportunity to talk, assignment to talk about the journey of my PhD research that led to the patent. That's what I have to do here. Previously, we started with no intention for patent, but just to solve a problem. We discovered that there are so many formulae around that are fed to infant and young children, and some of them were not even standardized. Sometimes we see malnutrition showing up in some of the children, and we had a seasoned nutritionist, now of blessed memory. I was assigned to him for supervision, led Professor Oshelesi. Very thorough, very simple, very brilliant. And apart from that, also a little bit not so formal. It's very semi-formal, but very serious. So all of those formality of I'm going to meet my supervisor, why are you giving me this paper on the way? No, you could just meet on the way. Oh, you are supposed to submit this,
I'm yet to see it. But Prof, I'm on my way to your office and it's in my hand. I'll meet you in my office. I'll give it to you. No, give it to me here. I want to see it. The other time, sometime on the way, he will say, but what are you really working on? At what stage are you? But we are to meet on Thursday. Can I come share with you? No, just tell me now. Then bring the full story on Thursday. You know, that was one barrier that has been broken and a problem solved, that he's always listening. He was always listening. But we had a lot of hurdles to cross. First of all, we need to look at standard materials. We need to do standard measurements, standard evaluation. But one thing I was also sure is that I had also seen people who are victims. So I was just passionate. I was not interested in generating results and data to earn a PhD and go my way. No, that was not my interest. So we had to get metabolic cage. We couldn't get it. It was expensive as at then, 50,000 naira per unit. And the cost of metabolic cage alone as at then was running into a few millions. But we started doing some innovations. It was very supportive. Trying to use local material to source for things. We'll go to some lab elsewhere. We'll try to dismantle, we'll try to reassemble. And on we kept going. At the point, the issue of protein quality analysis became very critical. We couldn't lay our hands on Kejal. We had a Kejal. Along the line, it broke down. We had to see how to go into fabrication. Eventually, we fabricated, through some help of some colleagues, some very senior colleagues who are also very passionate, we were able to fabricate nitrogen distiller. So if we can distill our nitrogen, we can estimate nitrogen, then we can get protein. So we had to take the sample to some laboratories around to also compare values to see how this one was working. I don't have the permission to mention some agencies and some laboratories that were also supportive in the quality assurance to see consistency of what was fabricated. I don't have that permission. I would have mentioned their names. And they are very supportive. There are professors in other universities that were also welcoming, opening their lab with access. I was surprised when FIRO also opened their arms. We just put up a letter to FIRO requesting for bench space. And they sent the letter to Abuja, Federal Ministry of Science and Technology, and they gave us a space, written permission. And all of these were very supportive. At the end of the day, we were able to come up with, finally, this Baba died. I was now assigned to the current provost of the PG College, Professor Oluta Oshokumbi. He graduated me on the PhD program. And he took it up also with a lot of passion, not going away from that same area. And at the end of the day, we were able to have 9 products that were put together as one that was patented. Christian Groster. And another professor from Ife also played also a critical role, Professor Momolaja Oshoni. So the Babcock environment, some people may have difficult supervisors, but my supervisors were very supportive. Even though there are some analysis who asked me to repeat about 15 times, but I don't have a problem with that because I was also very interested in is it real? Is the value reproducible anywhere, any part of the world, anytime? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, what can you do? First thing, go to the grant sites, open them, see what it is. If you have no clue of what to do, you can reach the research office who will assist you. Just look, window shopping, just have an idea of what it takes to inquire. Thank you very much for that. Once you have inquired and you have an idea of what the funders are looking for, you have students, and that's what Professor Olumide was trying to say. You have students, right? You can use the students to establish your primary data. So when they are doing a research work, both from the undergraduate level to the PhD level, they are providing basic information which can now be used for the grant. So you will now see a lot of things that are happening, and before you know it, you can have, so if you have 10, you can actually have 10 different proposals. And as you move on, you will be able to achieve more. So these are very important. And just to let you also know that those in the sciences with the central lab is working now, especially for those in molecular studies, you can do your research from the beginning to the end and you will be happy for that. God bless you. Thank you.
It sounds like the session was boring. You didn't want to clap for them. Please make them feel welcome. Thank you. You see, the reason why these people were clapping, they were busy with phone, so I had to go around. So now they are focusing. Some of you have been busy with your phone. You're supposed to face front, while some are struggling with sleep. But we thank you for being here. Now, you're supposed to spend 30 minutes, and another 30 minutes for conversation. But what you people did was to join the whole 30-30. So you will take picture and go and sit down. However, I will just, please, does anybody have a question? So that we'll give equal chance. This is one. Okay. Is there any other? Two. Please. Hello. You don't need to tell them thank you or anything. Just tell them the question. Okay. Yeah, just the question.
All right, thank you. Him, not the speakers. I have almost questions for all of them, but since you don't have time,
no, we don't.
I will limit it. The last person who spoke about challenges, that's the one from IRM, from social sciences. You see, many of us, the lecturers, because we love money, we want extra load because we are giving money.
The question now.
So that extra load that we have will not allow us to do some researches and to write for grants. That is not the question. The question goes to the other person, the person who spoke first. That is...
Yes, Dr. Nokuru, go ahead.
No, first. The man there. One broker. We heard that students, you have to, some of our students are the ones who will maybe report us or bring us out when we are down because of the way we treat them. Does it mean that we should pamper the students to get his or her favor?
Okay.
We have to pamper them.
Thank you.
That's number one question. The second one goes to Ntewonka.
This is the last question.
Yes, that's the last one. Can we bring up issues? Because we know most of the grants are from overseas, though there are some that are from Africa. Can we have our own issues that we can write for grant, not directing it to anybody, but we know that this is an issue that is worrying us, those of us in Africa. Can we write write proposals on those issues and probably know the people we are to direct those issues to?
Okay, thank you very much. Question 2. Please don't thank me. And also, I've been thanked. And also don't thank them.
Mine is not actually a question, but contribution from the field of humanities, from the angle of humanities, because most of these things, when the scientists talk, it's not just, it doesn't fit for all. For the humanities, the nature of the grants we get, it's always start from, you need to start early. You need to start early. And then going by the theme of this workshop, that's developing research leaders for national and global influence. I think the important thing for me, I need to go home with, is the need to start early with our students. Because for those of us in humanities, there are different levels of grants, manship, and grants winning. And when you start early, for instance, working with your students at the postgraduate level to win research funds for research writing, apart from the one available at the university level, like Codestra, like she said, makes available for humanities and social sciences. Their AHP makes available for people doing their PhD as well as post-doctoral. So when you make these students to start early, it will help them. It will go a long way because it would have made them to create a history. Because in humanities, they will always go back to asking, what's your history? Like they want to know where you have been, what you have been doing, particularly in terms of research winning and research writing. So I think some of us, there are so many of us who have passed the level of early career researchers. So if the grant is for early career, you don't need to put yourself there because it will like make you not to win it or the team not to win it. So you will serve as a consultant or a lead, a mentor rather, a mentor to lead the early career scholars to write for that research, write for that grant rather, and then go for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We're very grateful for the respective feedback that we have received. Professor Wamburuka, please, can you give an answer in a sentence?
Well, I don't know how to answer him because I wasn't saying that by reaching out, being cordial with your student that you need to pamper them. There should be discipline. And I think that's what the initial presenters brought up. So let's try as much as possible to be friendly with our students, but we need to draw some lines so that they know what their limits. I think it's about discipline. When we give that, we will also maintain our relationship. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Photographer, are you close by? Can we put our hands together for this team to please rise for a group photograph? Please, let's rise. You're making it.
Thank you very much. I need to correct a notion that those who have an extra workload at Babcock or at Management Sciences and those who want more money, that's not true. We have faculty deficit, and that's the reason why we are doing that. Thank you.
You asked a question that I need to answer. The second question, you talked about local societal challenges. TED Fund can also sponsor, but you need to partner with somebody in the public university. I know that Tony Elumelu has also supports YES, so it's possible, sir. Thank you.
Okay, clearly we know that there is TIFRI going on. You can collaborate to write on stealing. Mr. Sonye, can you please come forward? Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for this panel. We are grateful for your time, please remember that all the panelists that have spoken are still available. They are reachable. You can reach them if there are areas that you still need clarity and will want to engage them further. We will take some stretch break before lunch break. So we'll stretch so that where the lunch will go would have been elastic enough.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
All right, I know you are mentally tired. I'm so sorry about that. But it's time to pay attention to our physical.
Please, can that door be closed? Nobody should go out.
So I'll plead on you people to help us stand up. Just stand up. I know you're tired. All
right. Please, let's rise. Let's
stand up. Drop your bags. Drop your phones. Drop your bottle of water. If you walk
please don't let me call your name. Please rise.
All right.
Dr. Okwe, are you here? All right. Thank you. Please rise. We're grateful.
All right. Okay. Some of us are still seated.
Doc.
All right, good. Let's drop our bags.
Dr. Kusoma, are you with us?
Drop your bag, drop your phone.
Thank you.
All right, free hands.
You can put the laptop by the side so that you can stretch well.
Nice. All right, so let's stretch. Let's move to the side.
Bring it. I can hold it for you while you stretch.
Thank you. Move. Let's go. Move. Don't hold back.
We're live streaming this so your students are seeing those who are not moving. Professor Maitomi, are you with us?
All right, let's stop now. Your right hand over your head.
Move
to the side. Move to the side. To the side. Other side, your left hand now. Other side. Thank you. 2 hands on your waist now. Coach D is here. 2 hands on your waist now. All right. Let's lean forward. Let's lean forward, face the floor, slowly. Don't force it though, slowly. Lower.
Tutu, are you with us?
Lower.
Aha.
Lower.
Bend. Dr.
Let's go down. Keep going. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's start.
Beautiful.
Now. So we're facing up now. Going to lean back. Face up. Lean back. Keep going. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8,
Please
7,
close that door. Come back.
6,
Come and stretch.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nice. So your left hand now. Your left hand on this part, right? So you push it to the side. Push it. This way. All right. Switch now. Second hand. This way. Nice. So let's do our breathing exercise. That's the last one, so I don't disturb you. All right, you're going to breathe in, stretch your hands, raise your hands up.
My brother,
in.
please.
You hold.
Rise.
You hold your breath for 15 seconds. I will breathe out. Are you ready now?
No.
Drop
Keep
your
it on
hands.
the table.
Are you ready now?
Get up.
Go. Breathe in. Hold your breath. 15. Hold. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Breathe out. Let's try that one more time. The last one now. Are you ready now? 3, 2, 1. Ready? Go. Breathe in. In. Stretch your hands. Take it in. Hold. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Breathe out. Thank you very much. Have a seat.
Oh, please put your hands together for yourself. Thank you. Professor Ajike, I noticed you only joined at the last one. So during the next stretch break, you will do double. Dr. Kimboye, the same thing goes to you. You came late and you didn't do exercise. So you will come forward for the next one. All right. We're glad that we are making progress. We are indeed very, very far behind schedule. And we are working extra hard to see that we catch up with what we have brought forward for our conversation. Please, other panel members, I will request, I'm aware that you have been communicated to as to when your presentation will be, so please bear with us as we make adjustment to the times that we have. The next set of conversation that we will have is focused on solution-driven research, beginning from scratch. Solution-driven research, beginning from scratch. Distinguished dear faculty here present, please join me to make welcome the following individuals in no order of priority. I will be inviting forward Professor Olusoga Adefulu. Please make him feel welcome. Thank you very much. Professor Vera Ekundayo. Please make her feel welcome. Dr. Ayodeji Ajibade, please make him feel welcome. I will be also inviting Dr. Isaiah Abolarin. Please make him feel welcome. And Dr. Rafiat Anokuru. Please make her feel welcome also. Those of you who sat in the middle, you didn't clap. Are you going to clap or not? You have done well. Please, this roll here, give them double snacks. Is that okay? Good. The conversation again. The conversation that we'll be having here for the next half an hour will be focused on solution-driven research, beginning from scratch. Please let's give them our rapt attention for the next 30 minutes. I hope you will manage that time better. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished gentlemen and women in the house, standing on the existing protocol. We're happy to be amongst you this morning to have this conversation. To kickstart the conversation, I have a 1 minute 46 seconds video we would like to play. We'll play it twice. So we'd like us to pay attention as we see this video. This would this will stimulate the conversation we're about to have around now. Some of us in the audience have seen this video before. It was shown in a program we had at the beginning of this semester, but we'd like to have it again.
Articles that back up the patents that are in here. And I'm not just talking about the chips, the billions of transit articles that... Now what we have to do is make the case, not just to the elected executive, but to everyone else that knows that there's... I left my iPhone out because everybody thinks that this iPhone 16 is the product of the genius, and he was a genius, of Steve Jobs. Hardly. There were probably, by my estimation, 5,000 academic research groups through the decades that had something to do with the technology I'm holding in my hand. Nobody even knows they exist. Nobody knows the hundreds of patents that are in here and the thousands of articles that back up the patents that are in here. And I'm not just talking about the chips, the billions of transistors that are on the single chip, but the Gorilla Glass that's on the cover here, and the Surface this, and the electronic this, and the battery technology, and all the other kinds of things, and then all the systems and all the applications. There's not one aspect of this iPhone 16 which has not been deeply empowered and enabled by, at one point or another, some academic research activity, some academic technological development, and no one knows any of that. Mr. Musk sits out there with unbelievable technologies to build his Tesla car, and unbelievable technology to launch into space, and unbelievable technology, all of which are derivative of academic activity. And yet everyone thinks that the genius is Musk or the genius is Jobs. They are geniuses at integration and design and organization and so forth and so on. But integration, design, and organization of what? Thousands of discoveries, tens of thousands of discoveries from academia over decades and decades and decades that allow all these technologies to exist. So we're the invisible hand.
Right, so one more, we just
visible.
It.
Now what we have to do is make the case, not just to the elected executive, but to everyone else that knows that they're relying on us. I left my iPhone out because everybody thinks that this iPhone 16 is the product of the genius, and he was a genius, of Steve Jobs. Hardly. There were probably, by my estimation, 5,000 academic research groups through the decades that had something to do with the technology I'm holding in my hand. Nobody even knows they exist. Nobody knows the hundreds of patents that are in here and the thousands of articles that back up the patents that are in here. And I'm not just talking about the chips, the billions of transistors that are on the single chip, but the Gorilla Glass that's on the cover here, and the Surface this, and the electronic this, and the battery technology, and all the other kinds of things, and then all the systems and all the applications. There's not one aspect of this iPhone 16 which has not been deeply empowered and enabled by, at one point or another, some academic research activity, some academic technological development, and no one knows any of that. Mr. Musk sits out there with unbelievable technologies to build his Tesla car, and unbelievable technology to launch into space, and unbelievable technology, all of which are derivative of academic activity. And yet everyone thinks that the genius is Musk or the genius is Jobs. They are geniuses at integration and design and organization and so forth and so on. But integration, design, and organization of what? Thousands of discoveries, tens of thousands of discoveries from academia over decades and decades and decades that allow all these technologies to exist. So we're the invisible hand.
Right. So those of us in the academia, I mean, by the way, that is...
That was a commercial break. Welcome back from the commercial break. So that was Dr. Michael Crowell, is the president of Arizona State University. And he made that presentation a couple of months back. As at when he made this presentation, the highest iPhone was iPhone 16. And that's why he made reference to iPhone 16. But we all know that now we have iPhone 17, right? But then the same situation still exists. So his submission was that the latest iPhone, that's roughly nothing less than 5,000 academic research went into the production of an iPhone. But unfortunately, those researchers, nobody knows them. The people we know are the entrepreneurs that make use of the outputs of the research. So we know the likes of Elon Musk, we know the likes of Steve Jobs, and these are the people that we celebrate. These are the people that get, quote and unquote now, the dividend of the rigor that happens in the academia. Now, are we supposed to just remain, according to him, the invisible hand in the academia? So we burn the midnight candles, we do all this rigor, but what do we get in return? Are we able to, how many of us have seen real solution emanate from our rigor, from all the research outputs? I mean, I'm still pretty young in academia, a little over a decade. I have my seniors in the audience. Out of all the researches you've been conducting from day one, what is the dividend to you? How many products that are visible, that can be seen and felt by people, has emanated from your research outputs? Or are we just invisible? We just do things. You know, one thing I've struggled a lot with what we do in academia, and I have a different perspective. I feel, maybe because of the space I've been in the last couple of years, which is large entrepreneurship, I feel every academia, you know, we are supposed to be consultants, because we are supposed to be experts in our chosen line of whatever. So any problem in our line or our field, we are supposed to be consultants, right? So if there's a problem in this, somebody said that Prof has been working on okra. If there's a problem in okra, we should be able to say there's Professor Nwabruka somewhere, and we can consult. Not invisible and all the ones that are on the internet that other people are using with no direct link to we the researchers. So this panel says solution-driven research beginning from the scratch. What is the scratch? And coming from entrepreneurship perspective as well, I feel everything is supposed to, one way or the other, bring value to us as researchers. I mean, I've seen in other climes, and even sometimes here in Babcock University as well, where academics, you know, what's the retirement age? If you're a professor, 65 years. If you're a professor, 70 years. After that, what next? More often than not, we see people still try to still come back to the classroom to do one or two things. Is our destiny tied to the classroom? If we are indeed consultants, and we have been consulting from our research outputs, when we retire, I think that should give us room to face consulting squarely. So in school, we need to grapple with going to class, doing this research. Come on. But could it be that because our researches have not been solution-driven, they have just been largely theory? And that's why we really don't have a footing. And there are some people, entrepreneurs, that are able to pick from what we are doing and come up with stuffs. So how can we channel our researches in the academia to being solution-driven? In the last convocation, see how many PhDs graduated from different departments. In my department, we have about 22 or thereabouts. And those are supposed to be 22 fresh solutions for which the supervisors and the students can consult on those subject matter. But sometimes the problems that were solved by those researches were largely theoretical. So they come to present, oh, is this theory real? Okay, it looks real, so we approve. But who are those that, have this problem? Because every research is supposed to be a solution to problems, right? Who are those that have those problems? Can we get to a point in the College of Postgraduate Studies where we say for a research problem to be accepted, we want to know those that have those problems. We want to get them involved, because one of the things in several programs I've attended where they bring industry and they bring those from academia and say, okay, why is there this wide gap? And often it comes that, okay, you are doing stuff in the academia, we are not aware of it. You sit in the academia, think about the problem we have, and you come up with the solution, leaving us out of it. How will that fit into what we need? Can we get to that point in the College of Postgraduate Studies? I mean, I know some universities around where PhD supervision have industry part of it. So out of 3, in Babcock now we have 2 supervisors for every PhD. Can I be a third person that must be somebody from the industry? And we know that industry, they are actually very willing to work with us. Imagine a CFO somewhere saying, I'm partnering with Babcock University, I'm supervising projects. So can we get to that point where we can say for every PhD, in our university, get industry, in fact, get somebody, and it can be for the students. We don't actually have to be the ones to go look for the industry experts that will be supervisors. We can push it to the students. Solve a problem in your office or but we want to know those people that have the problem. And part of your supervisors will be people that really, so that the solution we are building, those people can align us well, whether the solution is indeed the solution. So my panel members will be discussing this. And this is a burden, that has been in my head and some other people. What exactly, are we going to, in 10 years now, some people here will be retired. What are you going to be retiring to? Are you going to come back to Babcock to get some part-time lecturing? So, is it time for us to start thinking about solution-driven research? And what is this scratch? The scratch is the problem statement. If the problem is real, the problem owners are real, and they are involved in our research, perhaps the solution that our research will give birth to will be, very real. So my panel members will be discussing with us, how can our research, and these are different people from different fields, how can it stop being largely theoretical? How can we as academics stop being the invisible hand? How can we be visible? How can we be value commanding, both to our pockets, to ourselves, so that when we retire, and perhaps we don't even actually have to get to the retirement age before leaving to go and face squarely our consultancy. So I will allow every one of us to say something about this, then would also get the participation of the audience. All right, Prof, I will start with you.
All right, thank you, the lead presenter, the provost. The matter before us is how do we end up, in a simple way, being an entrepreneur and then being innovative with whatever we are doing. Because one key drivers of a solution-driven research is that it makes you to have a hands-on, business. And how do you get to that beside the impact you are making to the community? And also helping to bridge the gap between academia and then the industry. And that's where we have the gap. So how do we do this? We need to focus on a real world problem. That's the starting point, because he made mention of the scratch. What really is the scratch? It is a real world problem, meaning that there is a pain either in a society, in an organization, or in an individual life. And we then want to resolve that pain. You know, I used to tell some students, every research developed every research seeks to solve a problem. And when you then develop that problem, you set out an objective to make you not to derail from your focus. And then the solution that we are trying to get, if you really want to get to that solution, it means to attain the objective that you set out on that research, you also need to apply appropriate and sound research method to that, to getting at that objective. And if that research method that you have adopted will help us to have a solid solution to the problem that you are solving, it also means that those research methods must be valid. They must be valid and reliable. And that is what will determine the suitability of the outcome of that research. Whether it is something that will find a lasting solution to the humanities problem, or you are actually adding to the body of knowledge.
Thank you very much. So as you pass the mic, and fortunately it's the methodologies that will be talking next, I want to just say something before you talk. In my years in academia, from my department, I've not seen a research that, at the postgraduate level now, not even talking about the undergrad, that does not toe the path of dependent variable, independent variable. Often at times, students have come to say, this is the issue we have in my office. I would like to use my PhD to solve the problem. But the next place we are going to is, what will be the dependent variable? What's the independent variable? But dependent variable, independent variable, no, they suit everything somehow, sometimes. How can we make our research to be, we are largely following the format. This is the research format in academia, not solution-driven.
Thank you very much. Well done, everyone. Good morning or afternoon now, I don't know.
All of the above, Prof.
I think, from my own view, we need to have reorientation of what education is about. Education is beyond going to school and have a degree. Education is being equipped to make the society better for people. Education is from God, it's about God, and it's to lead back to God. It has been said here today, some things have been said. When we have understanding, that right understanding of what education is, it's not just to have degree. It's to be equipped to be agents of the heavenly kingdom. So you can identify issues in the society and you can work towards bringing solution to that issue. That is what education is about. And that leads to teaching. We need to know what teaching is about. It has also been mentioned today. It's not just going to class and pour things down and then you want students to upload it, then in the exam, they also download it for you. That is not teaching. Let me quote somebody. That's Gog, his name. He said, the best thing teachers can do for students is to educate them for change, to help them to learn how to continue to learn, and then identify problems and bring solutions to the society. That is what it is about. So it's not just me pouring abstracts to them, but rather helping them to discover the potentials God had deposited in them and how they can bring those potentials out and make use of the potentials. So when it comes to identifying problem, that is the first thing. When there is no question to answer, there is no problem to be solved, there is no need for research. But when we identify problem or question to answer, then we can say, oh, let's go for research. So everyone who claims he or she conducts research, there must be a problem. And not every problem may necessarily go with dependent variable or independent variable.
Say that again, Prof.
I mean, that is the truth. This idea of narrowing research to one line is not true. It's not academic. I have heard somebody saying that Babcock University does not permit qualitative research, which is never true. So there are many research that we conduct using dependent variable, independent variable, that will be better done using qualitative, going out there to meet people, interact with them, understand the problem, and come up with solutions that can solve the problem. So there is need for us to have a change of mind on how we do some of these things. There are studies that, yes, if you go dependent variable, independent variable, they may work. As long as we are interested in solving the problem. So, to the supervisors and teachers, the first thing is, are we interested in solving societal problems? Are we? If we are interested in solving societal problems, we will use different approaches. Because it is that problem we want to solve that will determine how we go about it. Not that this is how methodology must be. No. Some will even say, this data is in existence. Just go and get it, and for what? For what? What is the problem you want to use the data for? Nothing. I don't go and get topic. Go and get topic. That is not beginning of research. It's not topic. Topic is not the beginning of research. It is identifying problem. And that problem drives every other thing that follows. And this is to every discipline. Every discipline.
Including law.
Yes, including my department, religious studies. That is how it goes. What is the problem outside there? Then we bring it back. We see how we go about it. And you discover that problem, by the time we look at it very well, we say, no, we don't need, what do we call it, dependent, independent. It has to go qualitative.
Prof. Law, let's hear from your legal.
Okay, I'll stand on the existing protocol. Since we are looking at resolving problem, I think the starting point is application for postgraduate program from the very scratch. I know in our application, students write, and we ask them in the form, there's an aspect where they feel, and they tell us what they want to research into and why they want to research into it. I don't know what we do with that in the PG school. Do we really look at that? Do we have researchers? Do we have supervisors that can supervise that aspect or that area of interest of that particular student? Because I know if you want to apply abroad, the first thing if you apply to university abroad is to look at availability of supervisors for that area of interest. Do we really look at that? Because sometimes we have students who come in thinking they want to research into a particular area. They come in and there's no supervisor for that particular area, and they are forced to change. How will we get solution? So starting from the scratch, that is the beginning. We should start from that point. Do we have supervisors for that particular area of interest? Secondly, if we do, and we are assigning supervisors to students, do we assign students to people or to researchers who are vast or experienced in that particular area? Because sometimes you give a student to a particular supervisor who does not have a clue of that area. And what you try to do is to help the student to change the topic to another area. You won't get solution. And then secondly, or thirdly, when students are assigned particular topics to research into, I think the starting point, even before they start, is what's the problem in that area of research? And what is the solution? Because there's a need to first identify. And the way to do it is to look at this model that the Babcock Business School has adopted, which is when students come in, even before they do their research proposal and all that, they send them to particular, you tell them the area of interest, they send you to that industry to go and study, to interact, to meet with stakeholders, to find out what the problem is. Then you come back and then tell us if that area, if you can actually research into that area. If you don't interact with people in the public, you don't interact with those that will use your research outcome, how do you then profile solution? So I think starting from the scratch is from the point of admission to the point of assigning supervisors, and then ensuring that all our researches are focused on providing solutions that are usable. I think that's my...
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. And there are recommendations that are emanating from this conversation. I'm sure the College of Postgraduate Studies are listening. So if something is working in Babcock Business School, then it can work in the College of Postgraduate Studies, at large. All right, my dear Ma.
Good afternoon, everybody. And standing also on the existing protocol. I just want to use a life experience, a practical experience for what she just said now. 2 years ago, I was teaching the course. I'm still teaching the course anyway, but 2 years ago, I was teaching the course NRSG 912. The first time I taught the course 3 years, when I returned back to Nigeria, the student didn't really understand what I was trying to explain. So I went back, I prayed, and I said, God, how will I teach it the next school year? So the next school year, which was 2 years ago, I saw that the students were actually high-profile persons. They are with the governor, as in they work with governor, all those high-profile people. So when I entered the class, I said to them, we discussed what research is. And some of them said research is abstract, all the story. And then at the end of that class, I said, I'm giving you an assignment. And the assignment I'm going to give to you is that book an appointment with the Minister of Health or whoever, maybe it's the governor you want to, or maybe it's the person in charge of the primary health board. Just make sure you book an appointment. Go there and ask and say, what is the problem that are existing in this place that you would like to partner with the government, and that you are ready, you are a PhD student, you would like to know what your research is going to be tailored to. And I gave them like 2 weeks. I said, we are not going to be in a hurry, wait for the time they give you the appointment. Some of them came back and said, they are not getting the appointment. But anyway, finally they all came back. And when we had a discussion in the class, it was wonderful. And some of them actually, they're going to be doing, some of them should be graduating next year. And when they were presenting their topic for defense, they were very, it was not an abstract topic. It was not something, they were into it because they were driven by, they are providing solution. And, I was very happy. I was very happy as well. So I think one of the things that we need to do is make the students to own whatever they want to do from the beginning. Even though you may be in a particular area, as much as it is possible, make the students to own the research. Yesterday, I was also teaching a research class, and I was teaching them identification of the problem. And the students said all sorts of things. I kept quiet, and I allowed them to say. And then I said to them, they said, I said, when you are writing your statement of the problem, it's not long story. You don't need to give us another literature review. It should not be more than 3/4 a page or half a page. They said, what will you write? When we finished discussing, I said, your problem should be locally, you should contextualize your problem. You should be locally relevant, but globally situated. if your problem is locally relevant, but globally situated. You will not just be a solution provider in your local context, but you will also be relevant globally. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, final comment before I come to the audience.
Thank
now.
you very much. I just want to add this. You know, the projects we write, dissertation, thesis, we need to also have a deeper understanding of what it is. It is not an end on itself. Ideally, dissertation, that's for PhD, should be an initiation into research. You are initiating students, your candidate, into conducting research by themselves after. Then the question, if students graduate through me, will I be happy for them to handle any part of my life tomorrow?
Fantastic. I mean, that's a thought-provoking question. What seems to me is that there are some departments that are perhaps doing certain things better, even here in Babcock University, right? And there are some departments that need to listen to this kind of conversation. Because I know departments here where if there's no dependent or independent variable, your topic can be approved. I mean, it won't be approved. Because there's a format for the project and your solution, whatever, must fit into that format. But from the conversation we're having this afternoon, it should be the problem that will determine the format to use to solve the problem. But then the next question is now, how many formats are? Because we have had some conversations here on this campus that we feel, yeah, we want to do this thing, but then what methodology will drive this? We are not so skilled in that methodology, so we'd rather just bring the student to the one we are comfortable about, which is a wrong approach. Now, I want to come to the audience. This is a concern, right, to all of us. Because if we had been doing things well, as we are seated here, we have lots of solutions. You can easily package a CV as a consultant to any of these places you've helped solve problems. And you say, these are your profiles. You've consulted for this organization. You've consulted. You are a consultant. I feel every academic is supposed to be a consultant. So please comment from the audience. All right, so I see 2-3 hands there. I'll go there from. Okay, yeah, so while you're making your comments, I'm going to the audience. Yes, sir.
All right. Well, in addition to what has been said, you see, I want to bring it home now. What we do in the department, most especially because we handle social behaviors, management behaviors, we do ask the student to, first of all, go on what we call the desk pilot. That's different from pilot study, where we test for the quality of the instrument. This one is to help you establish, does this problem exist? And that's what makes for a solution-driven research. If you come to my organization and you said, your topic is situated in my organization, and the problem does not exist, or the problem is already solved, then you are not adding value to us. And indeed, you are not likely to be a social change to that environment. So it is always advisable we ask our students first, can you go to that area of research that you want to conduct the research? Let them tease out the problem first. Then you can now begin to put in place what will be the design, what will be the format you want to, whether qualitative will be more assuring or quantitative. There is nothing that says you cannot do. It's not all the time you talk about independent. If I'm doing an exploratory research work, where comes the other side? It is, we highlight dependent and independent anytime we are talking about descriptive, because we are trying to establish relationship, association, or whatsoever. But there are cases you want to find out when sales begins to nosedive in your organization. All you want to do is an exploratory research work. what are the possible causes of this? Then you can now deepen that research by taking one side of that research and relate it to any other factors that is responsible for that. So then,
now, you've touched something that I was thinking about. If you say go and establish the problem, is it establish the problem in literature or in real life? In literature or real life or both? Because this is an issue now. You said sales is nosediving. We can see that on the annual reports. We can feel that in our company. But then you will come and present here without showing, according to this 2025, according to this 2028. There's a hand there.
Yes, sorry, I just want to quickly say this, that it is very true that you have to look, the problem must be local, but you may be very myopic in your thinking that the problem is only existing in your own place. There is no need for us to reinvent the wheel that is already in existence. They are making new types of cars every day, but they've never changed the way the tire is looking, because there's no need to reinvent the wheel. So you need to go online, situate it globally, look at it. Maybe other people have already provided a solution to that already, and there's no need for you to do it again. That's why you are going online to do the literature review.
Fantastic. So if the solution is existing somewhere and a company doesn't know the solution is existing and they still have the problem, isn't that a problem in and of itself? So they have the problem, the solution is existing somewhere, but they are not aware. That is a problem as well. That needs to be solved. Yes, please, sir.
All right, thank you so much. I was on Monday discussing in my research class with my student, and I asked this question, which I'm going to throw to every one of us. If you have to roll back the hand of the wheel to write your thesis, will you do the same topic you wrote years ago? To me, I won't. And if I won't, if I had written what I have now as an idea, I don't think I will be in illusion for today. So that's the drive we need to go to. We need to have something to solve problem, not theories as we have been doing.
All right, beside you, there's a hand beside you.
Thank you very much. Mine is a question and a comment. The question is, how can the PG school help in terms of policy change? Because or the university, I'm aware of certain departments, even at the PhD level, there is an established way that all PhD students must do their research. You cannot change from that. Even years ago, when someone did something very innovative, a systematic review, and also going on to do additional studies to back up what he has found from that systematic review, the person was still compelled, and it was referred to policy, to go back and do that particular type of study based on that particular type of research design. And I find that very problematic because it is still tied to policy. Coming back, one of the questions I ask, especially at the doctoral level, I look back and I say, you are building future researchers, like you have said, people that will come back and say, let us learn from them. How many of them have gone on to win a postdoc? When the simple researches they would have done would be qualitative, meeting with key policy makers, and we can see obvious impact from the research, but they were tied to policy and to ensure that they do it this way or else they will not graduate.
Thank you.
Question and comment.
Our time is gone.
I should not speak.
No.
If you are if you are guillotining me,
so this is what will happen.
I will drop it.
No, sir. You will speak. Is there any other hand? Okay, and then that's all. So
there are 2 or 3 things I want
go ahead, sir.
to respond to. I was listening to the 2 women. They said that you have to go and look at the real problem. It may not be true all the time. I mean, my language teacher, who is in a department that it should not be, should be in my department, is here. When I was selecting my PhD topic, you know, I read a literature which says impeachment is once in a century. Can you get it? I just came by it. But that time, bam, today, tomorrow, next tomorrow, impeachment, 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 and impeachment. Is it a problem? Then I went further into the literature. Can you get it? And I discovered for the first, from 1999 to 2007, we have about 400 of impeachment cases, which I did data for, which I did graph everything. So that is another angle to it, that you can think you are doing qualitative. It may generate into quantitative in your hand. Then another problem is that an environment can determine the usefulness or otherwise of your research.
All right. Thank you, sir.
I am of the opinion that we don't have democracy in Nigeria. I am of the opinion, even if you put knife into my neck, yes, I will say it. A democracy is a government where the majority rules. Where the majority rules. But 2023 election, we don't have the absolute majority. It's the simple majority. You must have absolute majority. Because if you cumulate the three leading candidates, the winner, his vote is lesser than the accumulation of the whole result. We need it.
Thank you.
I presented the paper somewhere about absolute majority and sustainable democracy in Nigeria. Do you know the paper was thrown out?
Of course.
Because I sent it to the National Assembly to work on. He was equally my language teacher, 2014 National Conference. I sent a paper there. They accepted it in the sense that if we continue to do this democracy we are running, we have 6 geopolitical zones.
Prof, I know your inaugural lecture dealt with this.
You can
So let me request.
They have equally thrown it out.
They will.
By the National Assembly.
Distinguished faculty.
Is one not frustrated?
Thank you, sir.
I keep on watching.
Yes.
Them to do whatever they want to
Absolutely.
do.
Absolutely. Please, let's appreciate him. Let's appreciate that. Thank you. For those who were not here, feel free to check on the university website. His inaugural lecture is there. It deals with it. Give it to Prof.
Thank you very much.
You,
it's been an exciting moment having to practicalize most of these things. You talked about us academics becoming entrepreneurs. That is good, but it's difficult. Except you cannot do both things at the same time, especially in the system where we are. But what we have as academics now, for instance, if I'm retiring, there are things I know that I'm going to go into. I've already planned those things out as an entrepreneur.
Akro.
Now, yeah. So, but let me say this. Let's be contented. But let's gather as much experience as we need to become entrepreneurs.
Thank you very much.
Now, let me say the question, I wanted to address something where one of us talked about students writing proposals before they come for, during admission, that students should be given that free hand. That's correct. I do give students free hand. But it depends on the level. If someone is coming for a master's degree, and I will ask you, what do you want to work on? Go and get a proposal. I discovered that oftentimes they don't even know. The supervisor knows where that project will end, how long it will take. A master's program is 1.5 years, isn't it? and somebody is giving you a proposal that you can't finish in 5 years, I will tell you this will not fly. I already have a plan, my own plan B, which I will want you to then. But if you want to stick to that, we will have to modify it such that you will graduate on time, and at the same time you can pursue it for your PhD.
Okay.
But for someone coming for PhD, I expect that you should come with something.
Thank you.
Sometimes it may not be in my area. It may not be in my area. I've supervised students that way. I will have to look for a professional in that area. But if I'm going to supervise you, I have to make an input. You must see my imprint in that work so that it becomes a collaborative research.
Thank you. No, we've given two people the chance. Yes, the time was used on the stage here. The time was used on the stage. We honestly are running out of time. And we had said by 4:30 we will leave this place. So please, those who put up their hands, I am truly sorry that we will not be able to accommodate you. Please, distinguished guests, please put your hands together for the panelists. It's not chasing you. You will snap photo at least. Please, you may rise. I'll give room for one response. Only one person. I don't know who you will choose. Ladies first, eh? Okay, so now the audience have said ladies first. Thank you, ma'am.
I just want to say that there is a need as supervisors, as researchers, that we associate with industry. Very, very important. You can't give what you don't have. Sometimes we come into the academic and we forget about the industry. If you are an accountant, always have a link. If you are into company law, always have a link. Associate with professional bodies and industries that are related to your area of research, so that you will not lose touch with what is happening.
Thank you.
It's really very important.
Please put our hands together for this group.
Now, this is regarding policy. I'm sorry. I told us that somebody said that Babcock University does not allow qualitative. And the person was presenting it as a policy, which was not true. So the issue of policy, please confirm from PG. There are individuals who are making their own policy. Research, you can't tell people research can only be done this way. In a university? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Let's snap the picture. While we're taking the picture, I want to quickly correct a notion from Professor Nwaburuka. By saying academics are to be entrepreneurs, I'm not saying leave your classroom and go chase money.
Please go ahead.
My point is, as academics, our areas of expertise, we should be able to consult for the industry. If we are solving industry problems, then if the industry have that issue and they come to meet us, we should be able to consult for them.
Thank you. No, he has snapped already. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together again for them. We're grateful. We're grateful. Time is really of essence. And you see, the most beautiful thing is that those of you who are saying, let's go on, you start sleeping now. And when you sleep and I come round to wake you up, you'll be looking at me. Now, some of you seated here already manipulating data. I went around and I've seen people already filling post-evaluation form. Have we finished? Please, don't fill post-evaluation form. We will send post-evaluation form for you. Please, please, bear with us. Bear with us. We will take the next conversation. And it is focusing on engaging in online research. May I request that that door be closed so that if you want to raise your hand, then who? No, please. But I want to request that we minimize the traffic of leaving the venue, please. On engaging in online research, ethical use of AI tools and related infrastructure. We will skip and buy 30 minutes from the stretch breaks that we're supposed to have so that we'll see how much time we can be able to harness. While that will be going on, I will signal so that lunch can be served, at least. It will be able to keep people awake. Is that okay with us? Yes. Or do we leave the lunch until when we're exiting, you go with it? At least, Professor Odni said there's no democracy. So I want to bring democracy now. Do we prefer that? Okay. Distinguished faculty, join me to make welcome again in no order of priority, Dr. Oluwatosin Ayolowo. Please make her feel welcome. Also join me to welcome Dr. Ernest Onyuri. Please come alongside with her. Professor N.O.S. Atuloma. Thank you. We're glad you're here. Dr. Edafe Dogo Bawa. Are you tired of clapping? Thank you. And the last but not the least, Dr. Adetutu Habib. All right. By my time is 10 minutes past 1, and you have only but 30 minutes to manage how this AI, AI doesn't even take 30 minutes. It's just plug and play. So engage. Let's see how it goes online. 30 minutes and we'll leave. Thank you.
Good afternoon, postgraduate supervisors and lecturers. We are here to discuss about engaging in online research, ethical use of AI tools, and related infrastructure. And artificial intelligence has been a topic that has been very controversial, especially in research. There are a lot of biases, uncertainties. We are here to try our best to clarify the ethical use of AI in research and all other related infrastructure. But before we go on, we need to understand what artificial intelligence is. Perhaps it will help us to understand whether it is important, whether it can be used in original research, in research at all, especially for academic purposes. So I will invite Dr. Tutu to just give us an overview.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please permit me, because of our time, to adopt the existing protocol. So briefly, we just want to put a context to what we are asked to talk about today, because AI talk is actually quite extensive, and we have been asked to discuss the ethical tools. So that's the focus. Please, you may go ahead. All right. Online research, simply collecting your data through the internet. Some people will say it is internet research or web-based research. We can use it for so many things: online surveys and poll, online focus groups or interview, web scraping, and then, of course, observation of online activity. What I have noticed, should I say among academia, is that usually, maybe because the AI development is quite recent, when we talk about AI, the thing that comes to our head is ChatGPT. However, AI goes beyond content curation. And we have content curation, automation, data analysis, and software development. And so you have tools within these groups, these categories, that can actually help you to do your work better. Now, when we talk about the issue of AI, most of the time, we find it so difficult to put a clear line between digital tools and AI tools. Why AI is an advancement in the use of AI tool, right? If you are not digital savvy as a person, you cannot use digital tools. You find you have a problem with using AI tools. And I think that's where the bulk of the bone of contention is coming from, because now AI now does what you as a human should do using a typical digital tool. And that's what brings the use of ethical, that brings the idea of ethical use. So now when we are using these tools, are these tools replacing you as a human being, or it is enhancing your capabilities? So now you as a researcher, you have something you want to do. Ideally, if I was using a digital tool, for example, like a calculator, already has a predefined functionality. I know what to expect. A digital tool does not learn, unlike AI tool, because AI tool has been trained and it is still learning and has an autonomy of functionality, which means that an AI tool can perform without you, unlike when you are using a digital tool. Now, for a researcher who is already digital savvy, you are better equipped to use an AI tool because you as a person can also train your tool, to give you what you want. And that is why when somebody who is digital savvy uses AI, you will not know that this person has used any artificial intelligence tool, because there's a human brain that is quite intelligent. But when somebody, a researcher, be it a student or a teacher, you are not digital savvy. And when we are talking about, you're saying you're digital savvy, before you can even use digital tools, you have to know what you are doing, isn't it? In secondary school, for example, we don't allow children to use calculator in primary school. Why? We want them to understand the principle of how the calculator is working. Now, when you get to secondary school, we believe that you already know basic operations. You already know even when your calculator is performing, is doing nonsense, you can correct it, right? You are now being given a calculator because we want you to be faster and better. It's the same thing that happens with you transitioning for a digital tool and an artificial intelligence tool. Now, usually, the tussle is usually between being a good researcher and doing research as a good. Now, when we talk about online research is bringing your research that you do without internet to the internet. When we are talking about ethical use, if you are not a researcher who adheres to ethical principle, you will not do it with AI tools. If you are somebody who already, you are ethically grounded, you will be careful of what you do with the AI tools. So the question is, are you a good researcher? Do you want to be a good researcher, or you are doing research as a good? If research is a good, it's a product. I want to publish a paper, I want to get promoted. The end justifies the means that way. But if you are a good researcher, you want to be a good researcher, you want to own the ideas, you want to own the process, you want to own whatever is coming out, then we won't have to be telling you to be honest, to do informed consent. Right, so that's about the ethics, right? So now we're talking about research ethics, responsible conduct of research, because we have a full panel, and I can bet with you that they are very loaded. I will not be going through that. And then, of course, please, can you move it to the other one? All right. Is that the last thing I have there? All right, so we have different tools for AI in research. Digital platforms for conducting online surveys. We already have tons of that. right? AI-powered tool research for literature review, analysis, there's a lot of that. AI-generated content verification tool. So how would you, as a researcher, verify that something has been done by AI? Trust me, there is none of those tools that beats a manual review. What AI ties? AI, we untie it, all right? If I use AI to do something, I will use AI to humanize it. I will use another AI to check it again, whether it is AI that did it or not. So at the end of the day, you are moving around circle, right? But the goal at the end of the day is that you as a researcher, you are sound, you are good, and you are ethically grounded. So the members of the panel will be asking some questions that we have generated ourselves. And so to make sure that Dr. Dagana does not come here to pursue us later after questions, please you may signify if you have any question that you want us to touch on so that he gives it to the moderator and then we will answer as we proceed. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Dr. Honorary, sir. We just want you to explain to us in layman's terms how AI works.
Good afternoon, everyone. So think of AI as an attempt to mimic human intelligence. So you know how you have people that are very, very good at copying other people, and then when they say things, you think it is the actual person that said it, all right? So unless you know that person true and true, you may not be able to tell that it's an imposter or something like that. So we talk about AI as systems that have been designed to do things which ordinarily humans should do. In other words, they require human intelligence. This is a departure from approach that we were for so long used to. Now, we build systems in a way that allows them to think at the core of their very operations, meaning that they are able to synthesize information, just like you require we humans to synthesize information based on exposure that we have to knowledge, and then come up with responses that sound just like humans should sound. That's keeping it simple. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Prof, AI is supposed to assist our research, sir, not take over our research, which means AI is not, we're not supposed to go to AI and copy what we see on AI and own it. Give us practical examples, experiences of yours that you have been able to use AI to improve your work.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Now, AI is an assistant that is living, sort of, in terms of intelligence, learning every day. Let me use these examples. I don't know how many of you lived in the era of slide rule. Slide rule, pre-70s. When I was in the 6th form, I was using slide rule and log table. There was no calculator, none at all. And when we started seeing calculators, we were afraid that calculators would make our brains dull. But today, we're using calculators. AI is pumping in, coming in almost everywhere. But then, the problem, as she mentioned, the ethical issue involved. There are advertisements on social media. If you want to write your thesis in 2 minutes, just blah, 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 it will write it. You can't do that. You give it your, it will write it, but it's not yours. And if you claim it is yours, you're going to run into problems. So, the AI is an assistant. This is how I use it. I use AI for many things. I teach my students, I use AI, ChatGPT in the class. This morning, we had a class, and it was a practical class. So a word came, internal consistency. So I asked the student, those of you who have ChatGPT on the phone, please look up, ask ChatGPT, what is internal consistency? And they all opened and I said, read it. And the message that came out appeared as if it's incorrect by my experience in research and data analysis. And I said, write back to ChatGPT that what he gave us is wrong. Consider this and this and this. The reply was what that came out is that you are right, you are correct, but it still gave us the same answer. Then we wrote back and said, you are programmed by someone who has it wrong. And now he replied and said, you are right. We will consider your position. Now, I did that so that the students will know that it's not everything that the AI has. It's learning. And the next time, that information would have gone through the system. And if you pop it out on the other side, it will give you the correct thing or the additional that it has learned. It is up to us to look at it again and make our decision what to take from AI. It is a tool. It's not going to take over our jobs. It's going to help us perform better. Now, let me tell you what I do with ChatGPT. I mark papers with ChatGPT. I upload soft copies, give it my marking scheme, give it instruction how to mark the top, how to mark the pass, how to mark the bottom, fail. Tell me what you have considered to award those marks. 50 papers, it will do it in 1 hour. And it will give you for everybody mark the reviews. And I will check it. And I will see, yes, if I marked it myself, that's what I will also award the student. But it adds more, the rationale for the marking. So it's an assistant to me. And even for research online, I will ask, okay, I want 5 papers that covers this subject area between this year and that year. It will go and bring all of them. Now I will say, all right, I want the links to them. So I want to see the copies to be sure that they exist. It will bring it. The ones that it cannot bring, it will tell me, I can't find this. You will need to go to the university repository to request for. Do you want me to write a note to request for the paper to come? I said, don't worry. I've found what I want to do. And sometimes you have to engage it in deep, because God has given us brain that is even more than it's just that we are lazy to explore. They are limited. 10%, we're told 10% of our brain is what we're using. The other 80% is sleeping. So how do we wake it up? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. From what Professor Atulumo has told us, AI is not evil. A lot of us have a reservation about AI. As a matter of fact, well, once our students send in papers, the first thing that drops is, oh, you used AI. What is bad in consulting the help of AI? Is it bad, or is it the way the student uses AI that we should try to correct, which is why we are here? I'm a lecturer in history department. In my department, the older the better. In fact, the more archaic it is, the more original. So when things like AI come up, we are very, very, yes, we are looking at it that it just can't do the work. So I want to ask Dr. Abib, for those of us that engage in qualitative research, can we also employ the use of AI tools and it will give us the results that we need?
Well, yes, on a general level, but more specifically from experience from my PhD research, because I did a mixed method, and I did qualitative with quantitative study. Yeah. So, like I said, and I would repeat again, the whole issue about using AI ethically is about you as an individual, as a person. Do you want to do a good research, or you just want to do research? So when we wanted to do this study, of course, the typical thing is to collect, go and meet people, do interview, and collect your data with the recorder, and then you go back, pay some transcriber, and you do all of those things. And so because for such a research, you're supposed to do a pilot study. And so I went out and I did focus group with 7 people. And as somebody that actually likes soft life, I knew that I cannot do another set of interview myself roaming about, because that 7 frustrated me. Even though I knew them, they were very cooperative. In fact, we sat down together in an office. They were kind people. But you see the time going back and forth, and I got back, took my recorder, downloaded the video, put it on my laptop, started listening to it. I used something to transcribe it at first. It was transcribing nonsense. I used another video editor to transcribe it. This time around, it was close. And that took me about a day for 7 interviews. So I told myself it will not work. And like I said, if you are digital savvy, you already know that there is possibility for doing these things digitally. And so because I was already exposed to some tools that was helping me to collect data, I began to research. And that was how I came about, we were talking about online forms, the voice form. And there is a lot of them online. So typically, instead of us going to Nigeria, 14 states in Nigeria, we sat down in an office, trained some collectors, and they went to all those states that we have selected. They were collecting data while I was sitting right there in my office and looking at the data live and direct, transcribed. So I could pick my phone and tell the collector over there, please ask this question. Please redirect your question. What I'm saying is not what it is. That's artificial intelligence. And then at some point, because the collectors themselves were not, they are not researchers. So unlike you are moderating now, you have an idea of what we are talking about. So you can ask informed questions. They cannot. And that was where artificial intelligence came in. So when they asked questions and the person answered, the AI tool will generate probing questions and say, oh, you just said that Gary is expensive and that's why your children are not going to school. Can you give me more examples of how food inflation is affecting your children's school enrollments? And sometimes the person will say, yes, they did not go to school. I say, yes, I know they did not go to school. Is it because food is expensive? Your Bible will say, oh Lord, any food, then to continue to drag you until the person was able to give us the data that we required. And unlike transcribing the 7 data for one day, right, all the interview as it is being done was transcribed immediately. Thematic analysis done immediately, right? So after 2 days of collecting data all across Nigeria, we were able to do 165 interviews in 2 days. If you as a person can do that, do like this. Cost saving, time saving, and more reliable, right? Energy saving, soft life guaranteed, right? Of course. And so after all the interviews, all we needed to do was just to click a button and download my data. And that's all. Now, along the line, ethical use of these tools. Did we leave the AI to generate the questions? Did I skip the pilot study? Right? Because that pilot was important for me to have a human feel of whatever it is that I want to go and research. So, and that's why, I keep reiterating, it depends on you, your personality, will reflect on the way you do your research. So yes, AI tools can do your interviews with another alternative is Zoom, right? Zoom, Google Meet. Now, all of those things have AI companion. As they are talking to you, it is transcribing it and even summarizing it. If you are using Google Pro now, you don't even need to read emails. As I open my email in the morning, it has told me somebody sent me an email, this is summary. So if you send me 2 pages, I already have it in a sentence what you are talking about, right? Has that replaced me? No. Has it made me better and faster? Oh, yes.
Thank you, Ma. Dr. Bawa, is there a margin of error for AI? And if there is, how can we minimize that margin of error for AI, especially when we are using it for research?
Okay. There is a margin of error. I had a practical example this morning. I was running an analysis, a moderation, trying to determine a moderating effect of some things, and I was running out of time, and I told myself, let me save some time. I already know where I'm going to, but let me put it on ChatGPT and see the output. And when the result came out, it turned my results the other way around. I wouldn't have known if I didn't know myself how to interpret the results from the SMART PLS. So because I knew the answer myself, I was able to now tell ChatGPT, no, I'm talking about this. This is what the result is about. Then ChatGPT replied and said, yes, sorry, it is this way around. And I was like, okay, then I continued what I was doing. So there's margin of error. It depends on what you put into it. The problem is we need to be critical thinkers and train our students to be critical thinkers. That is the only way they will not copy from ChatGPT and run with it, because the error will continue spreading. Okay? So the problem is we use AI. AI is more like a passive tool. Okay? We just put it there, anything it gives us, we work with it. We should be active in it, in generating content from it. We should be putting in the right prompts. We should know the right questions to ask so that the answers that it gives to us are right. But one more thing I want to add is that actually this discourse is a little behind schedule. What I mean is this: we've moved beyond the world, sorry. I tell my students, you're not competing locally, you're actually competing globally. The world has moved beyond generative AI, and from all our discourse so far, we've been talking about generative AI. It's generative AI that has all the limitations we've been expressing so far. The world has actually gone to what we call agenetic AI. In fact, I ran into a paper written by one of somebody I read his work during my program, my doctoral program, and I met him physically July this year in Lagos when I went for a conference. And the work is titled, Using the Generative AI Against Agenetic AI Shift for Business School Education. And the summary of their work is that the future of business education is in the use of agenetic AI. So we have gone, and the argument is that agenetic AI is not passive. Agenetic AI takes cognizance of context differences and eliminates bias, so that those major issues that were the challenges of generative AI, agenetic AI has come to replace it. So there's no argument as to where we should be driving, steering this ship to. The argument is, are we thinkers ourselves? Are we critical ourselves? Have we learned it ourselves? Are we instilling this critical ability to think critically into our students so that when they are confronted with these issues, they know exactly how to use AI? Thank you.
We will start taking questions after my last question to the panel generally. And this is, the question concerns data management and confidentiality, especially in using AI for research. There are certain researches that require confidentiality, that require certain data to be reserved. How are we, or how can we ensure that confidentiality in our research, even while using AI tools as researchers?
I think there are two sides to it. There's a side that pertains to the data you feed into the AI systems. And then there is the side that pertains to what you do with the AI systems. So the data, one would expect that the data would already have gone through anonymization, all right? Meaning that you cannot trace that data back to any particular individual. That one is not the job of the AI tool. It is you, the researcher, who went out to source data because it aligns with your use case as a researcher and all of that. The other aspect, which has to do with your interaction, because every time you interact with these AI systems, you are establishing a digital footprint of some sort that can lead to some kind of customization of you as a person. And that is why for most websites, you see what they call cookies. All right, so it's either you accept or you decline or you know, yeah, right, what you are comfortable with, especially if, you know, some web platforms are intent on meeting you where you are and helping to bring to you that which is of importance to you. So without you accepting, but there are some web platforms, because they know you need them, it's compulsory. If you don't accept all, you will not be able to use them, because their use case depends very much on customization. But beyond all of this, I would like to address some foundational issues. If I don't do that, we may run away with some misconceptions. You know, we kind of belittle the concept of intelligence. And it's not something that was helped by what happened while we were in primary school and all of that. Because in primary school, the person who is intelligent or who was deemed intelligent was the one who will get 9 over 10 or 10 over 10 consistently. And the person who was getting 2 over 10 or 3 over 10 was considered to not be intelligent. That is a very, very, very strong misconception. Intelligence is an array of attributes that you want to associate with us as humans, all right? You talk about perception, being able to perceive, helped by our sensory organs of our eyes, ears, nose, tongue, our skin, the 5 we know, all right? And then as you are able to perceive your environment, your brain is in the middle, helping you make sense of it. That is why, to a day-old baby, we think that that day-old baby acts more instinctively, which in itself is the base form of intelligence. And so you see, the baby cries, not because the baby is, not because, so the baby cries, not because the baby intends to communicate, but that seems to be the one thing that the baby is able to know to do, and somehow there is a response. That response appears to soothe whatever it was that triggered that cry. Hence, crying becomes communication. At some point in the growth of that child, crying ceases to be the mode of communicating a need. That is why when your 5-year-old is crying, you will spank him. But when that 5-year-old was a 2-month-old, you run to try to attend, what could it be? So you see, perception, you see our ability to communicate, all right? Our ability to organize, our ability to be self-aware, our ability to be able to be, you know, with other people and associate. There's quite a great deal of components in that bucket we call intelligence. And so what we have tried to do with AI systems is, to a very large extent, develop what solves different use case problems. If we talk about ChatGPT as the one that is very the in thing now, it leverages largely on natural language processing, which simply means it makes effort to synthesize human language. So to us, you are happy to engage with GPT using English language. To the Russian, it's Russian. To the French, it's French. To the Igbo man, if there was going to be anything like that eventually, it will be in Igbo language, right? Because that is what allows me to make sense of what the system is trying to communicate to me. So, when we try to solve problems with the help of AI systems, all it does is to make attempts to aggregate all the knowledge bases that it has been subjected to. Just like you expect your student to perform to a particular threshold based on what you estimate to have been the level of rigor you put into training or teaching that particular student. And maybe over time, you are able to classify the students on the basis of their strengths to know the one that is likely going to give you an A, or a B, or a C, or the one that is likely going to fail. That is why when next you teach them, say subsequently, you are no longer too surprised as to the person who gets an A, or the person who gets a B. But there is still that possibility that somebody who scored a C before gets an A, and you are alarmed, and what's going on here? There's also the possibility that somebody who was consistently scoring an A scores a C, and you are like, what's going on? These are the contexts that show that whatever it is that we do does not have absolutes. Because, you see, whatever it is we think the AI is lacking, even we, in the realm of we the humans, we also show lack. You go to the hospital, it's a trusted physician, but then he makes mistakes and somebody dies. But you see, we are quick to say the AI is not smart because it makes a mistake. What simply happens is that you have a hand sometimes in how clearly, or the lack of it, that you have engaged in communicating. And you talk about emerging fields, there's something we call prompt engineering today. And that is simply the skill of knowing how best to communicate with AI systems so that they give you something as close, and you see, I'm not saying exactly, something as close as possible to what you want. And it does not, the intent is not to replace you. So let's leave AI a little bit and go to our human space. If I hire somebody who is a technical assistant, all right, and that person, I ensure that that person is very knowledgeable in the area that is of interest to me. And I say, oh boy, or lady, I want to develop content for so and so. Write this for me. And I'm going to send that thing out. So who will we say is the author of that material? Because when that assistant is done, that material is subjected to my editorial and technical review because it will bear my signature. And if I am an authority in that area, people will want to will have expectations of the depth they should see in that material. So you see, let's not easily say AI this, AI that. As a matter of fact, the children of today are being born into it. All their lives, for the foreseeable future, that is all they will know. We have a touch of the past. Prof, they have a touch of, he made reference to something I had no clue about. All right? Because when we showed up, calculators were there. But you see, he expressed how they were apathetic to the emergence of calculators. That, in my opinion, is similar to what is playing out today with the AI systems. And I conclude by saying, you see, everybody seated here is a researcher. And I can tell you that your output will be multiplied 100-fold if only we understand the rightful use of AI systems. What has happened with our undergraduate students is that they have not been taught how to use these tools. So they go about it the lazy approach. The same way some of us sometimes defer to. Because when the AI actually does what it does, it is your job as the domain expert to check and check again. All the AI has done is to help you do the heavy lifting, to help you escape the writer's block, which we experience every now and then. Because I mean, look at our life here at Babcock, where you have to juggle between classes and administrative tasks, and so people like us who are in academic learning who have to do things out of the blues. Yet, we are still required to be academically and research-wise productive. AI, all I need to do is to say, okay, this is the research idea I have. This is the thought I have. Oh yeah, synthesize this thing for me until it aligns with what I want. And then we engineer it further and further until we have it properly cooked. To now just look away because it generated something and I say it has generated it, the joke is on me, not on the system. All right. I'm going to stop there.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me start from this wing, because at the last panel, I asked for forgiveness here. Is there anybody with a question or contribution this way? This is number one. Okay? Please, those of you who are busy with your phone, look at me. Close your laptops. And any other person? Okay, one. Then I come this way. Any reaction, question? Is it because you have done some heavy lifting of the food already? Okay. All right. Number one. Let's have your...
Thank you, panelists. But there is a burgeoning question I have. I'm aware that we can now do, just as we do Turnitin, we can do AI check. I haven't heard anything about the policy, you know, to know the certain specific percentage of AI that is acceptable in academic writings. And I think the PG school needs to look into this. Thank you.
You mean CPGS? Okay. Is there a policy on what
Can I quickly respond to that?
Please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so I think the thing now where we are is for institutions to come up with policies guiding the use of AI, right? And I was discussing it with my director. And so it's something that we have thought out properly. And what will serve as the overarching guide is to have a policy that clearly defines what should and what shouldn't. Because, you know, Turnitin showed up earlier as just a similarity check. And then they evolved. Why? Because they see the trends. If they don't do that, some other platforms will do that. And then we will go to those platforms and Turnitin will be out of business. And so they integrated the AI check that tries to estimate the extent to which AI has been used in writing. But I dare say even that is subjective because it goofs every now and then. I can say that authoritatively. So, but there is that effort ongoing, and will, of course, it will be done collaboratively with necessary stakeholders on this campus to come up with a policy on the use of AI for academic purpose. Thank you.
Okay. Provost, do you have a policy on ground? Not yet. Yes.
Yes, I have heard about a crawler, something that goes to the internet to bring out issues. And you people have not said anything about that. How does AI bring those information that we are looking for?
It's crawling, no? Bishop has asked about crawler.
Thank you very much, sir. I think Dr. Nuri mentioned earlier that the AI is a product of machine learning. So it's what you have trained. And I think crawling or crawler is actually a terminology for what happens when you send, on search engines, when you put something in, then it's just like you going to look for it. So that's it. It goes about all the databases. Google will do that, trying to go to web pages that you know that has been indexed on it earlier. But for AI tools, because It now hosts the data that it has been trained with. Then it goes there and brings everything together for you as you have requested.
Okay, thank you very much. This is the last question that I received. If AI generates your article, how do you cite AI?
It's just like the use case I gave about having an office assistant or a technical assistant. The guy helped me, so do I now cite him? You know, this thing is simply a tool. You are still the master. And basically what it is doing is to help, you know, so think of it this way. As a human being with all the activities around me, I may not be able to read one full article in one day. But AI is able to read hundreds of thousands of AI. And that is why, you know, in the earlier session where research issues were being talked about, our office has organized workshops on systematic review and meta-analysis and bibliometric review that many of us senior faculty members did not attend. Because the literature review we are doing is a waste of time. Hear me clearly. The literature review we are still doing in 2025 is a waste of time. That is why somebody who is at the level of post-field defense, you are still telling him that you cannot find the problem. You're telling me you can't find a problem. The thing doesn't seem to be solving any problem. Systematic review, bibliometric review, meta-analysis, all these things use statistical tools to synthesize what is out there, to tell you what is relevant, tell you where the power, in fact, gives you idea where the trend is, tells you that this place is oversaturated, and this is the area that if you enter, you will become the baba in that area. But you can't see that with your, go and read 150 articles and do what with it. And at the end of the day, nobody can still tell where the gap is. So it is still AI that powers all these tools that we use for systematic review and meta-analysis and bibliometric review. And the provost is very much aware of where we are on that. Hopefully we can transition properly from what we call literature review to that kind of review, because that gives you impetus as a researcher, and they are all publishable. All publishable. Bibliometric review, systematic review, meta-analysis, even before you get to solving the actual problem. All publishable, category A. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rounding note, I just want to give you a quick scenario. My daughter writes beautifully. I mean, when she reads a Bible, she writes wonderfully, great poem, music, and she draws excellently, right? Then we registered them for a summer program, and they introduced them to AI tools, about four or five of them, a lot of them. And subsequently, my daughter will go to ChatGPT and say, summarize this Bible verse, write this poem, write this music. And then I realized that as time went by, she was losing that ability as a human being to build on that intelligence. I am driving at something. And so now, because I know as an adult, I want to be the enhanced human. I want to be a great researcher. I am conscious of how I use artificial intelligence. Children cannot draw the line. That's the same thing with most of the students that we are teaching. So I want to advise that we run with caution when we advise them, or we openly allow them to use AI. Not because AI is not good, but because a lot of them, their minds are not already formed to be able to decide what is the good use of it.
Thank you.
Because AI is to make you better. So as a rule of thumb, I tell myself, if it does not enhance my productivity, then it is not for me.
Thank you.
And that's the same thing that we should do with our students. They should use their brain.
The panel, can we
Why
rise
AI
as
helps
she's making
them
the point?
to
Yes.
be better. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, thank you so very much. You take the group photograph, and distinguished colleagues here present, just be rest assured that the team members of this conversation are still available. They are still around. engage them, and what time didn't permit us to have with them, you can always do that privately. Please, can we once again appreciate them for being here? Thank you so very much. Thank you very much. We will be taking the last for the day. The last for the day. Mr. Sonia, are you still here? I will need a volunteer for some stretch. For some stretch. Is there any volunteer that will come forward? Doctor? No, he's going somewhere. He wants to do it outside, that's why. You can do better. Okay, finish the one you want to do first. This one? Okay, finish the stretch you are doing, sir. Please, can we rise? Dr. Folorin Shwako, please come. I will want to request and seek your indulgence for you to lead out in this stretch. Please come forward, sir. Please, those of you sitting down, please rise. If you have not eaten the food, I will ask them to collect it.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. As much as possible, let's try to be on our feet. It's for our own good. Sitting for too long is not good. We already sit long hours going through stuff on our tables. All right, as much as you can, I'd just like for you to put your legs shoulder width apart. Try and step out of where you are if you're not comfortable. So I'd like for you to just turn.
Dr. Okoro, are you here?
Turn to your right. Let's just all turn to our right with our hands, both hands on our waist. Both hands on our waist. Let's just turn to our right as far as we can. Your right, my left. As far as you can. Try and see if you can see everything behind you. The essence is to stretch your spine. You've put so much load on it, sitting down.
Once you hear back, you can stop.
There won't be a back. All right, let's come back slowly. Let's come back slowly. Now, the goal is not to go as fast as you can. It's to go slowly. Get your body used to it. So we're going the other way. Let's turn to our left side. Slowly, slowly. Get your maximum and keep it there. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bring it back. I'd like for you to put your left foot in front if you can. Just step out if you can. But if you can, just face your left or right so you can put your left foot forward. Now, I'd like for you to try and rise up on your toes. Take some weight off your... Go as far up on your toes as you can. Stretch your calf muscles. Your ankle. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Come back slowly. The goal is not to come back as fast as you can. Just come back slowly. Slowly. Good. I'd like for you to, same left toe, point it up. Point your left toe up. I'm using my right because I'm mirroring what you're doing. Point your left toe up as far as you can. You feel a stretch in your calf. And then try and see if you can lean forward slowly. Just lean forward. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You feel a stretch. Good. Let's bring it back. So we'll do the same thing on the other leg. We'll put your right now, right? Your right forward, yes. Your right, my left. So same thing we just did. We'll just try and go up slowly till we get to the tip of our toe. Just take your time, slowly. The slower, the better. Take your time, slowly. Go as high as you can. Then keep it there. For our ladies who like to wear those shoes, this is the time to... All right, keep it there. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Just come down slowly, as slow as you can. Good job. Good job. You feel some relief there. Now, same leg. Just point that leg upwards. Point it up to your maximum. When you get to your maximum, you feel the stretch in your calf. Then I need you to lean so we can stretch your hamstring too. Then you lean. Just lean forward slightly. You feel a full stretch.
Some people are bending. It's lean,
5,
not bend.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Now do me a favor. Do me a favor. This is the last one now. I want you to just put both hands on your seat. Put both hands. Put both hands on your seats. Now you can do this always in your office. Always in your office. Just put both hands on your seat every time you're in the office. Aha. Just every time, just stand up after sitting for so long, and just same drill. Just go, lean, push as far as you can. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Now a variety, if you have the space, put one leg forward slightly, and push from your knee. Push from your knees. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No. And you can always do that with both legs. Thank you very much.
Please put your hands together for... That was very kind of you. Sir. We're very grateful to Dr. Folorunsho. We're grateful. Please, is there anyone seated here who has not gotten food? Okay. Is there anyone seated here who has not gotten food? Dr. Lalade, you've gotten food. You have not gotten. I hope you are not going. Please, if he's working out, collect the food. All right. We will be having the last conversation for this afternoon, and that is focus on dynamics of research seminar as related to dissertation and thesis completion, improving scholarship. Again, dynamics of research seminar as related to dissertation and thesis completion, improving scholarship. Distinguished faculty here present, in no order of priority, permit me to welcome the following personnel to be here. Join me to make welcome Professor Adekumbi Imosemi. Please, can you make her welcome? Okay. We also have to join us in this conversation, Professor Abiodun Olusegun. Can we make Professor Abiodun welcome? Thank you, sir. I'm sure it's a typo error. I am just working exactly with the name provided here. Distinguished guest, that is Professor Abiodun Adeshegun, not Olusegun, as I earlier mentioned. Professor Adekumbi, you're welcome. Sorry. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, join me to also make welcome Dr. Oladapo Awolaja. Dr. Awolaja, you're welcome. Dr. Obinna Okoro is also part of this conversation. Dr. Okoro, are you here? Dr. Guemo, you're not clapping. You clap for her. Okay. Join me to also make welcome Professor Olutayo Shokumbi. The last person that will join this panel of conversation is Professor Johnson Egwake. This panel of scholars, again, will be having a conversation, like I mentioned earlier, on the dynamics of research seminar as related to dissertation and thesis completion, improving scholarship. We will be thrilled in the next half an hour. The next 30 minutes is when we will be drawing the curtain of this. By my time is exactly 7 minutes past 2, and I'll be back at exactly 30 minutes. Exactly. I'm not adding a minute. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Growing up, we are told that the best food is always served last. But this is subject to empirical investigation, if the best food is always served last. So our panel discussion, just like the moderator has rightly stated, is dynamics of research seminar as related to dissertation and thesis completion, improving scholarship. Our presentation is structured into three. We'll have the lead paper presenter, which of course represents our collective thoughts on this subject matter. And then we'll have the panel members make few comments. And then we'll have audience engagement because of the nature and the importance of this discussion. But before I invite the lead presenter, I would like us to note that research seminar plays a very vital role in academic scholarship, particularly in postgraduate education. They serve as an interactive platform where students, supervisors, and peers engage in intellectual discussion. I underscore that, intellectual discussion that strengthens research design, methodology, and presentation on the part of the students. So ladies and gentlemen, in the context of dissertation and thesis completion, research seminars are not merely academic rituals. As we may see in the presentation, they are strategic tools for fostering scholarly competence and critical thinking within the context of Babcock as Seventh-day Adventist institution academic excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to invite our lead presenter, Professor Shokumbi, the provost. When he's done, we'll continue the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your moderation. And the title had been introduced. There is a slide that we are working through in a short while before we have some other panel-related conversation. This issue has come up because of realities of our time with respect to how our candidates have gone through research endeavors and have gone through it, some very much excellently and some it's been very much turbulently. And want to see how best to increase or improve the scholarship of these candidates. Definition, seminar provides platform for scholars to interact on various subjects, and we are certain about this. There are three main seminars that are really hovering around our activities. The research seminar at the master's level. I think we can move on the slides. The research seminar at the master's level, then we have doctoral seminars 1 and 2. Moving on, there are some samples here relative to what is in operation within the 2020-2024 bulletin, which is almost the same as what we retained in the current bulletin. Some departments at the master's level tend to engage the candidates just on particular topic to just review and then discuss in a way that people put in their own, it's just like updating or current trend or some other stuff. But with time, we have tried to move away from this trajectory to say the research seminar should gear towards the dissertation of the candidates. And some are doing it well. If you look at that of the English or Language and Literary Studies department, they have geared that from the start towards the dissertation. In accounting, this is reflecting just covering specific area of specialization. As these are at the master's level with various dynamics, with various dimensions, which we are trying to see how we come together to an harmonized dimension, we have also at the doctoral level. For accounting, yes, it's still gearing, looking at how much the candidates can get towards their thesis. That is not too clear, but in practice, I am sure they are working towards that. That of Doctoral Seminar 2 of the BizAdmin is also highlighted here, indicating a number of aspects that are covered, much more of literature review in Doctoral Seminar 1 and then methodology-related matter in Doctoral Seminar 2. Let me place a disclaimer, or let me acknowledge the fact that a good chunk of this excerpt were picked from the presentation Professor Akpa did for us 2 years ago on the same subject matter while trying to address some issues relating to this research seminar. Making the most of it was what was dealt with now. At the moment, we are looking at possibility of engaging them, the candidates, in various academic endeavors, even as they move on in the trajectory of their research. I would not want to bore with various dimensions of the department. You can move on. I'm actually trying to look at the synopsis now, which is on slide 10. On the synopsis, the research seminar tend to sharpen critical thinking skill in sourcing and reviewing literature, harness analytical skill, leading to recognition of gaps, identify and develop appropriate research methodologies, prepare review articles for possible publication, then develop full dissertation thesis proposal for presentation. While these are realities, there are some deviations available in some departments which we had discussed at that time, and may just for the purpose of emphasis, may just highlight a few of them. In some cases, we have some departments assigning seminar or research seminar to scholars or lecturers that are not so well grounded on research, and that can impact that whole group. We have such situation in some departments. Some senior colleagues that are also aligned or teamed with junior colleagues, they just leave it in the hand of the junior colleague unsupervised, and then it's looking like the junior colleague driving it through with limited experience. That's also will not bring out the best that we expect. Unclear parameters being set. In some cases, maybe at Seminar 1 or Seminar 2 or so, demanding that the candidate must provide articles, otherwise they will not get grade. We had such challenge, which had been worked upon over the period of time. Amidst all of this, the intention is that we want to harmonize what we are doing across the departments. In view of that, we set up a committee some time ago that the scholars, the postgraduate coordinators at the school level help us to work around. And they got an harmonized content for Seminar 1 and Seminar 2, which are being highlighted. Can you move on 2 slides away? Still indicating the issue of literature review. That's the main focus of Seminar 1 from all that they try to harmonize. And then Seminar 2 focusing on methodology. There is an intention to gradually see how we can move further from this point to enhance scholarship, to gain more time for the doctoral seminar. A background caveat around this, if we remember, our doctoral candidates, they do a course, GEDS course on academic writing in the first semester, advanced research method in the second semester. In most of the departments, they do research methodology, whether in the first or second semester. After all of this, then we now gear them in doctoral seminar. So it's expected that they have background, but we have some realities around us. A number of our scholars are very old. Some have come 20, 30 years after their previous degree, and it makes them not to really adjust fast. And some, they are not so old, but they are not so willing to learn. So these are realities. And in some cases, they are willing to learn, but they are not getting those to groom them. So amidst all of this, we want to find ways to get common ground and see to how we can support our scholars more and more to be able to gain more time for academic effort. So the direction we are considering gearing towards is being able to see Seminar 1 covering aspects on reviews. Depending on the choice of review of the department, vis-a-vis the one that the candidate is choosing among the ones acceptable in the department, that the candidate should be able to get through excellent review in which the candidate is able to tease out specific gaps. Let me also pause to indicate. It is expected we will still be making efforts perhaps to set up a group that can help us tease out much further about how best we can improve on industry-university collaboration with respect to people being able to gear into the field and check out for specific problems, and then come around, check the literature, do particular review that are useful enough to be able to reaffirm some of those problems, and then see what they're getting on their research. It's expected that these candidates are able to write well because of the previous courses that they have taken in the first and second semester, but it may not always be so in reality when we see them. So there is an intention to be able to build on what they have learned before, so that review things are just being, they are being guided. If they are to carry out this review, it will be expected that they have gotten their, they have gotten something after identifying the problem, and they have done some preliminary things. The department, the supervisor along with the department will need to be able to assist in approving their topic, so that that's what they are working with for the whole of the doctoral seminar 1, and then for subsequent activities, so that the effort is very much concerted and useful. So they're able to get through their review and then establish which is the best method to carry out, to explore and solve the problem that they have identified. It's expected that their knowledge on advanced research method, their knowledge on research methodology related to departmental courses should have been able to gear them in selecting appropriate methods to use for their study. So that hopefully by the end of that second year, first semester, the candidate is able to get near perfect of their proposal. If we're able to gain that trajectory, it means beginning part of the fourth semester, they are able to present their proposal. And that way, we can gain at least one more semester with respect to research effort. Because if they're able to present their proposal in that fourth semester, what that will translate to is that they have data towards the end of that semester. They can share that data at conferences. They can share this data in research publication. They can do that early enough and have sufficient time in the review process. They are not under tension. We are currently having situations where people are boxed in 3 months or thereabout research endeavors for the whole of the PhD. And while they are boxed there, they come up with that work. They manage to do post-field. A week after it or thereabout, they are dealing with abstract, they are dealing with... So because of those pressure, many of our candidates are pushed into patronizing predatory journals. They are pushed into not being able to attend any conference. They don't even know what you are talking about in conferences. They are not able to get specific mentoring that they could have gotten because of limited time. So there is an intention to be able to see how we can gain one more semester for that opportunity. Again, some are constrained. What they could have done with qualitative and quantitative kind of method to explore that problem and solve it better, they are limited. No, I want to finish with my colleagues. We have had situations where people that really want to do they extend by a semester or two and they finish well. But that majority of the candidates are not in that. In some settings, we have people being able to spend 3 solid years on the research. So they have sufficient time to move around, to go get grants, go into some other labs, spend 1 year there and the likes before coming. But we are not having such opportunities. So we want to see how best to expand the time that we have for postgraduate scholars, especially at the doctoral level. On the notion while trying to round. So the second, the doctoral seminar 2 will now be looking at data analysis and robust way of presenting those data so that people are able to get a very sound way, dynamic ways, not the same conventional way. better ways to ventilate the data that is being obtained, and more opportunities to share with stakeholders that really need the solution being obtained. They can write manuscripts within that, they can do presentations and so on. Let me move towards conclusion gradually. Excellence is never an accident, according to Aristotle. It's always the result of high intention, sincere efforts, and intelligent execution. It represents the wise choice of many alternatives. Choice, not chance, determines your destiny. Again, Ellen White emphasized success depends not so much on talent as much as on energy and willingness. There is a need to be able to put in, say, where there is a will, there is a way around this in grooming our scholars. On a conclusion, while concluding, research seminar is an opportunity to groom scholars. The seminar classes should prepare them for various things, running from pre-field to post-field to public presentation and all that. Doctoral Seminar 1 should be able to help them tidy up pre-field. Doctoral Seminar 2 should, in one way or the other, prepare them towards the post-field and then other academic engagements. Candidates should have opportunities to attend conferences and so on. Practice leads to perfection. By beholding him, we become like him. We need to think excellence. We need to act excellence. I need to mention at this end that this is not an easy change. It is something that will gradually come up. Some departments are already working around that. If departments come up now in their 4th semester, they are ready for the pre-field, we will approve for them to move on so that they can be able to gain more time to do some of them. That doesn't mean that the candidates will not still spend the 6 semesters. The studentship will still be achieved, but more time will have been gained to do so many other things. So gradual progression, we'll see that to be achieved gradually, and then to see how to build it into our process gradually. By January again, we will get on another round of review for the 2026 to 2028 bulletin. Several of these we will need to tidy up as we move on gradually on that. Recommendations: research seminars should be carefully assigned to at least 2 respected and competent lecturers, scholars, especially commensurate depending on the population that they're handling. All faculty members supervising postgraduate scholars must join hands together to make this mentorship pathway worthwhile and fruitful. We have had situations where some of our scholars, whether intentionally or perchance, have turned the methodologist theme to another set of supervisors. This is unethical. It is not appropriate. It is expected that we are able to juggle this with our candidates. Now, if the layer of that research seminar is helping them on the proposal, so it means that candidate, along with the supervisor, is working with that other senior scholar, helping to just look at this, and it's coming out better. By the time you get to methodologist's desk, someone should not be asking, how is the title not aligning with the objective? I mean, that would be way away from it. Why are they not aligning? By that time, they should have really, because the supervisors should have done their own due diligence. If you don't join hands together, it will be difficult for these people to achieve the feat that we are talking about. So topic defense needs to be done earlier so that this is what they are working with on the research seminar. The master's seminar will now be something like what the doctoral seminar 1 is achieving in an effort to be able to help them to also get through proposal presentation early enough. Mentoring and responsible supervision should be the topmost priority to all teachers and supervisors in collaboration with the Babcock University College of Postgraduate Studies. Thank you very much for your time shared. God bless.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like the IC to project the recommendation from the panel. Our audience engagement is going to be centered around our recommendations. Let me fall back to the panelists. I would like to begin with Professor Egwuake. We are in an era where NUC recommendations is always about quality of our topics, quality of the content, and then issues of innovation, and then topics that address industry problems. How do research seminars contribute to the development and refinement of dissertation and thesis topics. Please.
Thank you very, very much. Let me say that let me say this. I'm only going to speak from my personal experience. It's not because that I know, but because I'm learning every day. Professor Akbar, you are at the back. I remember Aya's experience. We went to the same school. He was doing his PhD while I was doing master's. Later, I crossed over to another school, a Catholic university. Issue of topic is of recent. I discovered that it's about progressive revelation. Because in some schools, you are required to come up with your topic when you submit your application. On the strength of that, a supervisor is assigned. That was what was done at Catholic University of the Philippines. But when I came in, though I have been teaching, I saw a different structure. How? And that is what we do in my department. I may differ from yours. The issue is that we should be able to reveal and review. Through review, we reveal that there are gaps in knowledge. The essence of rational, when you talk about bounded rationality, is that many of us, and all of us, we have holes in how we think. And that is the essence of a gap. What is it that others have studied and we have not? The next thing is to address the issue of ontology. Are you sure this problem exists? That is the essence of doing a pilot study or a DEX study, to actually identify from secondary sources or from mere observation or from issue of experiment that was done and nobody. And once we answer that ontology, it becomes better. Now, the aspect of refinement is that we want to prevent vomiting or repetitive studies. Because context will differ, construct will differ, and the geographical coverage will also differ. And how do we bring in something new to align with what we want to reveal? And is it solution-oriented? If the work is not solution-oriented, meaning it was cooked in a room. So the question is this: how do we go about this? In my department, what we advise students to do is quite simple. You should be able to review from your review. From your review, you should be able to reveal that there is a gap by not reviewing less than 120 articles. Because the field of management is dynamic. In the process, you may think you are doing something new. Somebody else has completed it. And this is informed by the gaps we know. Majorly, the elements of a gap are methodological gap, context gap, construct gap, theoretical gaps. And by the time you're able to tease out, you should be different from others. And this informs how you write and how you work. The ESTOR gives you that. And from the ESTOR, you pick the gaps, you develop a team. From the team you have developed, you can now say, okay, I'm going to structure my objectives based on this. And that means the objective is aligned to your ESTOR you have established. From there, the pilot study enables you to address the why, which is the problem area. Once that has been addressed, you can now write your econometric model. Your econometric model is quite simple. It's Oyibo language turned into mathematics. Now, if there is no alignment from the gap to the team, to the econometric model, you are actually disturbing the student and misleading the student. Once you have developed this, I'm sure you are good and you are better to flow. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much, Prof. I would like to move to Dr. Awolaja. Dr. Awolaja, what role do peer feedback and interdisciplinary dialogue in research seminars play in overcoming common challenges faced during thesis and dissertation writing? This is on the premise from the fact that some teachers do not give room for dialogue, do not give room for peer critique of the work. What can you say about that, sir?
Thank you very much. Maybe I'm going to answer that question from my own experience. I remember for some years now, my PhD student, once the topic has been approved, and I discovered that maybe the method we want to use, because I have friends. I have a friend in UI that is in statistics, and he's also a professor in statistics. So meaning that he's going to be more knowledgeable in the area of what? Methodology. So I have a meeting with my friend there. Okay, let's have a meeting. This is what we want to do. So we are having this approach, the method in mind. Can you advise us on this? So meaning that if a student is coming up with something new, and I don't have a vast knowledge in that area, but I have a friend, a colleague I can refer to, I will not hesitate to actually do that. And from there, it's not that he's charging them. I just tell them, oh, this. And he's also willing to assist in that area. The student I graduated some years back, she came with a method, mixed method. And we are not used to mixed method in my depot factor. We just get a time series. But I didn't say because I don't have a knowledge of this mixed method and I'm discouraging that student from going through that route. We had to reach out to Dr. Ajike and some other colleagues. And at the end of the day, I remember during the oral presentation, examination, we invited an examiner. Because he didn't have any knowledge in that, we are from economics. We get time series, we run it, we don't do anything like this qualitative aspect area. So the way he responded, I remember that my PhD student was even crying during the exam. I think Professor Ajike was there. We had to just encourage that person. But the funniest thing is that during the Nigerian Economic Society Conference, that candidate presented that thesis. And it was because of the methodology that the thesis was picked out of 200 submission applications. And she emerged having the third place just because of that methodology. So we should not hesitate in reaching out to our colleagues outside the department to actually seek for their opinion and also work with them to have a better thesis at the end of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Doc. Flexibility is very important. Interdisciplinary dialogue is very, very, very important because it's going to enrich the work. Can I move to the only female on the panel, Professor Imoseme? How can supervisors, and seminar facilitators, foster an environment that encourages critical thinking and innovative scholarship through research seminars?
Thank you very much. Let me just say that for facilitators of research seminars and supervisors to encourage innovative scholarship and critical thinking, first things first, you have to encourage participation from student audience. In Faculty of Law, where I come from, when we are having seminars, it's not just the faculty that will give their interventions on research papers presented. We have time for our students to participate and give their own reactions and interventions as well. And when you encourage students to also participate,
They feel propelled to have critical ways of thinking. Furthermore, in encouraging scholarship, innovative scholarship, and critical thinking during research seminars, supervisors are also encouraged to allow their students to have self-reflections. In having self-reflections, you are telling the students, don't assume as a supervisor that you know everything about everything. Only God has monopoly of wisdom. We learn every day. Even as teachers, faculties, professors, we will learn till the very last day. So when you are dialoguing with your students, allow them, what do you think about this? Even during research seminars, what's your opinion on this? Don't assume you have to impose your own opinion. Whether we like it or not, there are some students that are quite sound, and it's their work, it's their thesis, it's their dissertation. Don't assume it is yours. It is for us to guide them and supervise them very well. More so, during research seminars, students can be encouraged to have critical thinking when faculty contribute immensely to papers that are presented. For instance, I know a professor is seated here. Students are always praying that the day they will present, he will not be around. In fact, 2 days ago, one student said, "Sir, I'm praying that when I'm presenting, you will not be around," because he will take it from the very first page to their last page to, discuss. And they feel threatened. We shouldn't feel threatened, and encourage our students that they shouldn't feel threatened that when faculty contribute to their work, it is not a time to attack a colleague, whether a junior colleague or a colleague. We should see it that, okay, it is time to make the work a better one. And we shouldn't feel like, oh, this person is demeaning my work or not demeaning my work. Generally, during research seminars, students are always encouraged to attend as well. Attendance is very germane, very pivotal to the success of every research seminar presented. And when you do all of this, you should also teach them life experiences. In law, we have cases we can refer to. And for other persons in other schools and faculties, you can also refer to, somebody already said that it is very good that you can relate with your colleagues even outside Babcock University. There has to be that interdisciplinary, measurements and protocols in achieving great success. And when you allow your students to have that level of critical thinking, we also should model critical thinking concepts in our students. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. May I add that we are to create, as teachers, we are to create a safe and open environment for questioning and debate. Like she said, be flexible. Be flexible. Our students are also very, very, knowledgeable. And then within the context of critical thinking, we should encourage evidence-based reasoning. Evidence-based reasoning and alternative, approach to problems. May I move to Professor Adeshego? Prof, we've been talking about technology. In your own experience, how can technology, of course, be leveraged to improve engagement and collaboration, feedback during dissertation and thesis seminar?
Thank you very much. I will answer that question, then I will deal with something that is on my mind that I think we can share together this afternoon. Well, we live in a global world now. It was not like my time when I was writing my thesis and the internet was not so well developed. But there are a number of technologies that we can leverage. The basic ones we know already: Zoom, Microsoft Teams, and Google Meet, and all of those. Those are very basic, but there are more iterative ones that we can actually use to improve the thesis writing. These include Google Docs, which allows real-time editing and tracking of changes on the thesis, in a real-time fashion. So and there are other platforms like Moodle and so forth that can be used to interact with others. As I said, the world is a global village, and we can always share ideas. In my time, if we wanted some idea from some place, we had to travel there to go and meet the person. But now you can talk to somebody in Boston, you can talk to somebody in Tokyo, or anywhere, and use technologies. So it's important that as supervisors, we embrace these technologies, regardless of the field in which we are. For me, my most important property in the world is my laptop and my phone. I don't joke with them because through them, I do all that I need to do. So these things are important. So let's invest in them. Let's invest in a good laptop. If you have Core i3, you are not going to go far because the processing power of that laptop is almost next to zero. That was the type of laptop we were being given when we were faculty members at the beginning. Try and get a better one that you can really use to, interact with the world, interact with your students, and interact with colleagues in other universities that can make us do very well in our research. One of the two things that bother my mind is that our postgraduate school, our college now, started in 2012. I'm an historian, so I keep records. What groundbreaking researches have we done since 2012? This is 2025 now, and we are clocking 25 years as Babcock University. So we need to be sure, like Professor Egwake said at the beginning, that we are in approving topics. We are really looking at gaps, and we are solving real-life problems. Why we are not making so much money is that industry there is no synergy between us and industry. They don't see what we are doing, how useful what we are doing is to them. So, but if we are solving their problems, they're going to be giving us a lot of money in research. Most of the big corporations have research and development departments, and they are looking for people that will advance their business. And this is where we need to go. So this issue of the central lab, which we have talked about for over a decade, and we have not achieved yet, we need, because that is a real thing that we need to do. We need to have it so that people can have the facilities that are needed to do groundbreaking work. The other thing that had bothered my mind is this issue of theoretical constructs, using theories and all of this. I've been in Burek since 2012, 2013, when it started. I see that people use theories just to garnish their work. By the time, well, maybe that's a general statement. Most people, or many people, let me use that, use the theories just to garnish their work. Because when you go into the work itself, you now don't see how those theories are applied and how they play out in the thesis. But at the, that chapter that deals with theoretical constructs, you see beautiful theories there and everything, but you cannot correlate those theories with the work, ongoing. And so we need, if we have to use theories, we need to ensure that our students are actually telling us how those theories are impacting the work so that we can have the best of the best. At UI, where I got my PhD, there were no classes. There were only seminars and research. So you will gestate, distill, and fine-tune even one sentence for maybe 3 months or 4 months. So you use the whole of your 3 years on the thesis, and by the time you come out of that place, you know that you have done something worthwhile. And that is why UI is still #1 today. So we need to go that way. Well, according to the latest ranking, which was told to us yesterday, that's what was told to us yesterday. So, but we need to beat them at their game. And the way to beat them is to do quality research. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Quickly, we'll look at the recommendations. I know we've been reading. Do we have any comments so far? Comments, observation? Okay, we'll take 3. Prof. and Ma. Who else? Okay, Todd.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was not going to speak, but some of the things that have been said resonates with me because I am pained by a lot of things. And I always tell them in the faculty, don't you talk to them in the PG school. Now, Professor, I think Adesegun So is the one that first talked about the amount of time. It's like seasoning for food. And we want people to write very good, groundbreaking work in 9 months. It takes a lot of time. I'm happy, sir, that you are saying that they can start in the 4th semester. But even for me, one year is not enough. You need time to garnish it, to think about it. Even sometimes the supervisors will get brain fatigue. You need time. Dr. Awulaja said you sometimes need to reach out. I can bet the people they reach out for could not have finished within the 3 years. One of the things I benefited from is that at a stage you get to, they call it writing up at the University of London in the early 90s. Once you get to writing up, you don't pay school fees. If we can look at that, everything should not be money. I'm under pressure by people who say, I need to do this, I need to do this, and my Professor Emosim will call me, or I'll just sign because I don't want to hold them back. But this is not the quality of work that I can give by my supervision and which the students can give. So I think we need to look at these things very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof.
All right, thank you. My comment is also connected with what Prof just said now. And I want to put it in a question like, because students are paying heavily, and they have number of years or semesters they need to spend on their program to graduate. I am asking, are we sure that this number of years or semesters were put into these programs are enough to bring out the quality that we need in them? Because somehow, at some point, maybe in some departments, because they need to meet up with deadline of the 2nd semester to finish up, we just brush up some things and let them go. It's not helping matters. Next is this. Sorry, somebody might pick on me, but I just have to say this. Yes, Babcock is an academic institution, so PhD. Everybody gets PhD in Babcock. And if you take your time to take statistics of lecturers in PG school that are graduates of Babcock PG school, if there are deficiencies, if there are challenges, if there are issues, when we're talking about inter-school discussions and engagements and all that, if you don't engage people from outside so that they come challenge what we have and review what we have on that, we might not figure these challenges. We might not find out these deficiencies. We still regurgitate those things around. I'm just saying this so that we find a way of looking at having a PhD is good, but I don't think that PhD is just the right qualification to go into teaching. There are other things we might not be getting out of what is happening over there. So let's find a way of reviewing what constitutes who teaches and what we teach. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
On the issue of timing, I think Professor Shokombi will respond to that. No, I think I mentioned 3 names because of time. You give us extra time if we pick. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Mine is to also emphasize on the time that Professor Shodipo mentioned. There are some research that requires time. In my area, I had a PhD student that just graduated. We tried to regenerate plants following somatic embryogenesis of tiger nut. We spent over a year trying to pass the color stage in the lab. We couldn't exceed that color stage. The student has to graduate. So we had to terminate that experiment and presented the report. So the student will have to work together to get beyond that and regenerate it. So I'm saying that the time is short in some cases. So we need to consider that. The second, PhD. On what Professor Adeshegun said, let me just, it's an information. The Central Lab has been commissioned last Thursday for work. We can do, in the area of molecular research, we can start work, I think Dr. Anokuru mentioned it, from DNA extraction to sequencing. We can do that here in Babcock. So we are really ready for that. The analytical section is gradually also growing. So we are ready for research. Let's just keep doing what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bonus time.
My question is regarding recommendation 2 and 6. Yeah. What do we do when we have faculties that should review students' work and then attend seminars and they are not attending? And you even give it to them to review and they return it that they are not available to do that. There are evidences. So what do we do for such faculties if we really want to make seminars and supervisions worthwhile? Thank you.
Yes. Good afternoon once again. I just want to quickly say this, and maybe to the provost, that one, I think we need to seriously think about this. I've been saying it ever since. We need to make our students to sign memorandum of understanding from the day one when they come. When I went to school, you will sign, when you get to my school for my PhD, you sign a memorandum of understanding between the students and the supervisor. And there's a terms of reference that we have to follow. And they usually tell us on the first day of the orientation that you have 3 years to finish, but you may not finish in 3 years. They make it known to you. They will tell us that some people will come with elephants, and some people will come as a chicken. And chicken will incubate the egg now, and would deliver, and it will be out. But if it is elephants, it will take like 1.5 years before it will even deliver. So they used to tell us, know your research is what you want that will determine when you will finish. And because there is a memorandum of understanding, a supervisor will not purposefully put you behind. So you cannot say you have submitted to supervisor 2 weeks and the supervisor have not responded, because there is a memorandum of understanding that is binding you and the supervisor and the school. So please, I think the PG should look into that seriously, and they should make students to know you can enter. It doesn't mean you will finish in 3 years, and it doesn't mean that they have to pay in those 3 years.
Thank you very much for the recommendation. May I set the tone as we conclude? I will first invite Professor Igwake to respond to recommendation 2 and, yeah, you can see it, and 6, while Professor Shokombi will make the final remark, then address the issue of grading. Because we have realized that one of the problems affecting academic seminar, the thesis dissertation, is the issue of grading. Some teachers allot arbitrarily marks. There's no structure, so he's going to respond to it. And then in terms of implementation, sir, hello, sir. In terms of implementation as regards to the harmonization now, when are we kickstarting? So all of this you will respond as you conclude. Thank you very much, Prof.
Our sister, your cosign is valid. Dr. Abolari will tell you, about 2 or 3 years ago, I told him, the problem we will face in the future is e-breeding. I told him. And presently, is before us. So the question is, what is the solution? Somebody has given birth to you. It's your job to face a future. Invest in yourself. There was a man in the Bible who told Timothy, if you don't study, you become a shame to the ministry and to yourself. So please, PhD is just the first step. The other one, build the capacity. Your certificate will not defend you. The quality of your entrances is what makes the difference. So I come to the aspect of mentoring. If you are a regular student, you should build a relationship with your supervisor right from day one. Why I call Professor Akbar is that he can bear testimony to this. There is a room given to you at the library in IAS as a PhD candidate. University of St. Thomas, there is a session for you. I carried bag for my late professor. He was a professor in accounting, PhD in management, and he was my professor. I will carry a bag, follow him to conferences, listen. When he's going to teach, I follow him. When he's teaching, I'm with him. And that was how I was brought up. But right here, we have structured the lecture period to say, you come today, tomorrow, you are out. Whether they know where the library is or they don't know, we don't know. And we have actually injured them. That is the language I'm going to use. Students will tell you, come and teach. When you finish teaching, give me the PowerPoint. PhD student, PowerPoint, for what? When there are textbooks. Now, this is why at times you find it difficult to review a work at eternity time. You are reading a PhD work, it's like you want to write it yourself. The question is, where is this person coming from? Many of them, they finished long ago, they work in the corporate world. Now they are coming back towards retirement to say, I want to start afresh. Nothing. You hit the head with a textbook, instead of blood, sand is coming. So in my assessment, we should subject them to what? Pre. So that when you have a pre-training, you become active. Pre is important. Another one. We assign students to persons that are not qualified to supervise them. The supervisor is learning, and the student is what? Even your Bible said when a blind man is holding the hand of someone.
Thank you very much. I think I only have the provost to respond.
Okay, thank you very much for your remarks. We are making efforts to get on this trajectory gradually because it takes a bit of time, gradual shifts to be able to achieve where we are going. We started from using 1.5 semesters around research. We want to take it to 2.5 to about 3 semesters on the research. With time, I know we'll grow into being able to have 4 full semesters for research. That will be helpful because it will make more room for the candidates to ventilate. About this implementation, it is good to keep it in mind that indeed it's a bit flexible. Flexible in the sense that departments that are able to achieve it now, that have their candidates in the 4th semester being able to present pre-field, we will grant access. But those that are still gearing on, they are still trying to adjust to this reality, and they are presenting early 5th semester, we'll still find a way to manage it, but that will not be for long. It will only, we are only seeing it about this school year or thereabout. By the next school year, we want to move up, really. Move up to be able to see how we can improve on the time that we have for these mentoring related activities. Now, there are some other issues. The grading we are making efforts to see how best we will be able to harmonize. It's likely with the matrix that we're having now, it's likely we will still reactivate the previous committee that helped us to harmonize these things, to just get out a rubric for us to consider at the board, and we can approve that, which will now unify all of us while we are getting on in this assessment. About the issue of some colleagues not responding, it can be very painful. The essence of our being here and up to this level is just to be able to mentor. When we have such colleague, let's make efforts at different layers to appeal to them. At the departmental level, we appeal. At the school level, we appeal. If they are still not budging, please let us know about them. We would like to know such one, and we will want to give them further room and see to how they can change. Because while someone is eligible to do something and we are just yanking him off, after a while, the person will become redundant. Will become not so useful in that regard in the department. We want to sharpen ourselves together. There may be one thing or the other that someone is struggling with. If there's any way we can be of help, we'll do. But if there's no way, we'll keep praying for the person to repent early enough. I don't know whether I've been able to cover major points. Yes, you have. Okay, so don't worry. Please let's know about them. Those are board issues. Yes, let's know about them, and we will intervene as deeply as possible so that we can improve. I want to thank, everyone that had been able to contribute to this. Please feel free to bring up other modalities that you think may help us to improve on this trajectory. Our intention is to collaborate with the industry so that what we are doing in the classroom is relevant and it's not just wasted effort or academic exercise. We believe it is possible. With your support, with your prayers, and with our joint effort, we will be able to move things upward by the grace of God. While rounding up, I will need to let us know, in the next few weeks, we will be reviewing critically the supervision role that we have with respect to the number of candidates. When we are having too much on our plates, we cannot deliver. We are not machines. We are human beings. There is a need to be able to stop at a point. And when there are thoughts to move off some people from your page, please don't be angry, because we may need to face such reality. And for some departments, by the time we'll be facing the next admission year, and we're saying you can't admit beyond this, or at this stage, you are not able to take beyond 10 candidates for this year to make up for the other ones that we're trying to support. While we get to such end, please understand with us that we are just trying to improve our process and see to how we can all be alive to supervise and to get the remuneration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, can we put our hands together to this group? Provost, for them to have complained, it means they have tried many things. You made mention that those issues, they can report to you. Is it in writing or verbally? Because some memos may carry some names that will go through, and then the true will now make it truer.
It's fairer to put things in writing as much as possible. You may not need to do memo. With your WhatsApp message that I get, I am willing and able to follow up some things if there is a need. So you may not need to really do memo if things are coming up. We will be sending up the post-evaluation also shortly from now while we wrap up this session. Please endeavor to help us complete it so that we can make sense of the previous one done.
Please, can you rise for a photograph, please? I will bring that. I just want the team to stand.
Well, I don't know. I used to be a dean. In the timetabling, we should ensure that our lecturers have a day off for research. You should not engage them from Monday to Friday. That is a policy of Babcock, and people are not keeping to it. It's a policy matter that every lecturer should have 1 day off for research, and we should do our timetabling like that.
Okay, please, every Monday, no classes is for don't go to work. Please, take this photo. You go and teach. Every Monday, no PG, but you have undergraduate classes. That's okay. Please, can we put our hands together again for this team? Thank you so very much. Thank you very much. Distinguished professors and PG teachers, we are very grateful for your patience and being here. May I also request, please, coordinators that are here, we want to reappeal. I know some of us may have, some may have forgotten. Please, can you kindly share with the other colleague the post-evaluation form so that if you have done that and your colleagues are not responding, please help them to know that they need to respond. I will invite the Secretary of the college, who has the next 5 minutes for some vote of thanks. And then thereafter, every member of the college board. These are heads of department, deans, and coordinators. You will sit back. You will sit back.
Thank you.
5 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon, distinguished scholars. We are not responding. Good afternoon. I'm happy to be before you this afternoon. And I want to believe you agree with me that every second, minute, hours spent there, we've not wasted our time. I just mentioned to Dr. Abolari that for all the workshops we've been having at the College of Postgraduate Studies, I'm rating, personally, this is the best. If you agree with me, please put together your hands. I want to especially appreciate God for the initiative. And my appreciation will also go to the leadership at the College of Postgraduate Studies. I'm not sure if the provost is sleeping. Always thinking and thinking and thinking about the College of Postgraduate Studies. I give it to you. I commend your efforts. Thank you for coming up with this. This was not brought on the table by him alone. The deputy provost, working with him, came up with this wonderful and beautiful ideas. Please, let's put our hands together for this team. Thank you very much. I also want to appreciate all our facilitators. From the first presentation to the 5th one, you all did well, excellently well. There was no aspect of the presentation that was not required by all the supervisors, all the teachers. Thank you very much. We enjoyed you. The Lord will bless you. Please, let's put our hands together for them. And I want to appreciate all our supervisors. Please clap for yourselves. Thank you very much for joining this program. Both all of us that are physically present here, and we have few online. We appreciate you. I want to appreciate the planning team. The provost and the deputy provost didn't do it alone. All the CPGS staff, I want to say thank you so much for your cooperation and contributions. The Lord will bless you. Please help me to applaud them. Thank you very much. I want to appreciate a man, one of our supervisors, the first person to get to this hall today. And that is in person of Dr. Martins. Am I right, sir? Please stand up. Please stand up. Let's appreciate this from microbiology department. Thank you very much. I met him inside this hall today. We appreciate you. God bless you. In all, I want us to go with the mindset to put all that we have learned today into practice, so that when Babcock is to be rated, when it comes to research, we have something tangible to go with. In all of this, we give all glory to God. Thank you, everybody, for being part of this successful workshop. God bless you.
Please, we can do better than that now. We also seek to encourage people to live up. We've recognized the person who came first. Who came in the last person here? Okay. It's good. It's good. So whoever that came last, please make sure you try to be early next time, so that we'll tell you to stand and we'll clap for you. Okay? Thank you very much for cooperating. Do you want to say something? We're supposed to have a communique, but the communique will be made available to us. Please, we will be glad that we collectively hold the college responsible for whatever the outcome of this communique will be, so that when we will converge again, it will not be going back through the same rhetoric. And I want to plead it's an information they gave me, don't worry. So my point is, so that we don't need to come back here again and repeat the same thing over and over. So heads of department that are here, deans, coordinators, as you meet and deliberate, because you will meet more often than all of us at the postgraduate board. We are tasking you with this to make sure that the resolution, at least, if we can get 60 to 50%, let it see the light of day. Then we can feel encouraged to put ourselves together again to come the next time. May I request, wherever you are, let's rise for a closing prayer. And then thereafter, all board members, you will come and sit here to the front. The first 3 rows. So if you're a dean and you are here, a head of department, a coordinator, the first 3 rows here is where I expect to see you. We'll take attendance for that. Pastor Lofe, can you please come forward to pray? Please remember those who didn't get food. Well, if you say so, I won't argue with you.
Let us pray. All eyes bowed, all eyes closed. Our gracious and everlasting Father, we just want to thank you for today. You've been with us from the beginning to this moment. I want to thank you for the wealth of knowledge we have received. I want to thank you for the interaction. I want to thank you even for the food we took, and the snacks and the water. None of them passed through the wrong track. And so, Father, we pray it will nourish our body for our health. And even the knowledge we have received today to help us to improve and be excellent in all our research work and production. I want to thank you for Babcock, for College of Postgraduate Studies. We pray you continue to be with the leadership, you continue to be with the workers there, you continue to be with the lecturers, the supervisors, and everyone that is involved, so that we'll continue to excel in this institution. Father, bless Babcock, especially now that we are going through transition. All that we have learned today may help us to do better in the next administration. And Father, I pray that you bless every one of us with good health. I learned some people did not get food. Please, Father, provide for them in a more blessed way. I pray in Jesus' name.